Diana Hoffman.
Hey friends, I'm Nikolai.
Hi, I'm Mustafa Turaman.
Hi, I'm Tanya Janka.
Hello.
And I'm excited to be the speaker at Azure Summit 2021.
It's a fantastic event that will be 11 days live streaming,
where more than 100 speakers from all over the world.
I'm excited to speak at Azure Summit about Power BI and Synapse Analytics.
And I'm going to talk about security.
And also a Microsoft MVP for Azure.
I'm speaking at Cloud Summit about automated release of .NET application.
And the best part is that this is a free event.
Come join me live at Learn TV on September 17th.
Come join me live on Learn TV on September 14th.
Come join me on Learn TV on the 14th of September this year.
A bunch of other Microsoft and community speakers.
So if you want to learn how to secure Azure, come to my talk.
Join us, it will be a lot of fun.
See you there.
See you there.
See you there.
See you there.
Hi everyone and welcome back to Cloud Summit 2021. It is day number 4 and what an amazing first 3 days we have had at this Cloud Summit. We have covered almost the entire ecosystem of Azure, serverless, database, Azure functions, managed instances, Angular, React, and whatnot, Azure Purview. So it has been an absolutely jam-packed sessions at first 3 days of Cloud Summit 2021. And I'm really excited for day 4 because I think if I have to select the best days out of all 11 days, I would say it's going to be day 4 because I have some really good friends from the community members, and also the sessions on this day is absolutely amazing. So as I always say, I have been looking in the comments from past 3 days. You all are absolutely great and very kind to each other. And I want you all to continue that and follow the code of conduct. And as I always say, there is always 3 contests going on. So every time you ask a question to speaker or share your thoughts in the comments, please use #CloudSummit. And we will make sure that towards the end of part 1 of day 4, we pick some of the random winners. And towards the end of the day, please take a screenshot, screen grab, selfie on you attending and watching the summit. And we will do a giveaway on Twitter and from LinkedIn. Use #CloudSummit. And don't forget to tag us using @CloudSummitLive handles. Having said that, the very first session that we have for today, day 4, part 1, is by Carlos. Carlos is a Microsoft Data Platform MVP, Microsoft Certified Professional, and a Senior Database Administrator. And today he's going to talk about working with Azure SQL DB Serverless. A lot of SQL content, if you see, I think SQL community members are almost everywhere. And I'm really happy to host Carlos. So without any further ado, let's invite our first speaker of the day, Carlos. Hi, Carlos. Welcome to Cloud Summit 2021.
Hi, Simon. Thank you for having me here in your big event.
Yeah, how are you doing today? It's very early in the morning.
Yeah,
I said,
I know, but it's great to share. To be part of this event. It's good. It's good to
yeah,
be here.
So today your topic is very exciting as you're going to talk about Azure SQL DB Serverless, and I know Microsoft has been putting a lot towards the serverless. Industries are moving towards serverless. They have already moved, and I also know that Microsoft is coming with some of a dedicated event just on serverless towards the end of this month. So I
Right.
think I'm really looking forward for your session, Carlos, about Azure
Thank you.
SQL DB Serverless. Uh, you have already shared your screen. I have added it to the stream now,
Thanks.
and next 45 minutes 45 minutes is all yours.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I'm not going to lose more time here. I'm just going to present myself, but since you already know my name, the name of the session is working with Azure SQL DB Serverless mode. I'm Carlos Lopez. I'm a Microsoft MVP. You know that. So here are my networks. You can connect anywhere, anytime you want. I'm a community blogger, speaker. I also work in Guatemala for the community. So um, let's not waste time there. So here's the agenda for today. We'll work a little bit on Microsoft Azure SQL overview, Azure SQL provisioning, and Azure SQL considerations. These topics are considering in seeing how to work with Azure SQL from um, programmatic view, the contents that we need to know, and what are the benefits, the goods, and some of the things that we have to consider to know when to use a computer pattern, to know what it can offer us, and to know to take the best of benefit on the cloud, right? So let's start with the Azure SQL overview and cloud computing introduction. So the prerequisite for using it is that obviously you need to have an Azure account. You have to have you can use the Azure portal. You can use the Azure CLI to interface. Here we will use the Azure CLI a lot more. Visual Studio Code if you want, or another kind of way to connect to the database to see the resources. And you can see we will use the Visual Studio Code Azure Resource Group, the DB, and the SQL Server extension for that. So let's start with checking out the compute models comparative and the ways that you can configure your Azure SQL. You can use the DTU model, which is the transaction unit model, which is intended to use your compute in a preconfigured way. So that's a linear scalar way to use it, or you can use a vCore model, which is more independent and scalable, as the graphic says. It is designed to best use for autogrow or to compress the resource use in a certain amount of time. So in that way, you are using only what you pay for. So this is a perfect fit for Azure Hybrid or Azure Serverless, depending on what is you're looking for. So this is the but both scenarios are available in whatever trend you're trying to use, but these are the models that there are available in the Azure portal. So many times we ask ourselves, how does this work when we see everything running under the Azure? How does it provides the generation, the creation of resources very fast, right? And the answer is because there is a fabric, a service mesh under it. Everything runs under it, and Azure Service Fabric Mesh is the answer to the whole ecosystem, where the microservices work in the serverless infrastructure, and scale on demand works. So at the end of the day, what we have is the complete whole of solutions from Docker, well, not Docker, containers, I mean, Azure Kubernetes, and every solution, there is a container in it, and all the resources are created on demand. So the SQL Server is not away from that. So when we create a resource in serverless mode, we're creating a container with a SQL inside it. So um, this is great, because it changes the whole structure of how we have been working in the past in the cloud computing. So when we create now in the Fabric Mesh, we can see instance resources creating. So that's the benefit of it. So in the cloud computing on-prem, we are moving our infrastructure in the known way from on-prem SQL Server to having all these layers to moving on to the platform as a service and software as a service. If you can see, when we have a VM, we have a platform as a service. We have have to control. You have to take care of the data and the applications. And when we are in software as a service, and this way, that database as a service, you just have to take care of your infrastructure, your declarative mode way of thinking. So in this way, this service allows you to manage uh, another kind of problems and leave the SQL Server behind, all the issues that you have on-prem, right? So almost everything is on right now on Azure SQL. Not everything, because it changes. So you don't have the same DMVs, you don't have the same engine as with all the same characteristics, but the product is the same. So now, seeing in the way the infrastructure that we see on Azure SQL provisioning, so we'll see the provisioning models. We can create those resources using the Azure Fabric Mesh that we mentioned. And we have declarative provisioning models to do that. So we can do a YAML file. We can see it as JSON when we create it. We can copy it and recreate it again. And we can see, you can see and use the Azure CLI to interface with that. So here is an example of using a YAML file. And in this way, you can it is useful when you're creating a pipeline, right? So you're creating Devops and all steps to create a pipeline. So the YAML file is a very useful tool, so you can automate. So the looking for that is automating creation and deletion of databases, because here the model is, when you need it, create a database for maybe a sandbox scenario, maybe for a day or two, or at least the same day if you want to save cost. Everything is cost thinking. So imagine that you have a a box that you need to have for a few hours. So with a YAML file, you will create it, execute a pipeline, create a database, test it, and destroy it at the same time. So it allows you to do that empowerment in your flows. So that is the cool thing about all this infrastructure. So a declarative mode thinking is using the Azure CLI to do some commands. So as a DBA, or I mean as um, data ops, you have to think on how to create the resources, put it together for the development people, and to create some sandbox, create some servers, and sometimes, and here's a great way to do it. You can create scripts to have it there, create your own servers and manage as you will. So um, this allows you to do that. And the other way is in a report perspective, you can see it as a JSON file. You can see a declarative mode provisioning model for to see your constructions, your servers. You can see it in a JSON mode. So it allows you to analyze your infrastructure to in a certain point in time. You can see all the detailing in the that you have created. So we will see it in the demo. So it is the same snapshot that I took from the demo. So it's okay. We'll see it in a few minutes. So for the Azure SQL, we have four service models, scalable, that allows you to be for the Azure SQL universe, that allows you to be scalable, intelligent, and almost compatible with all the SQL Server latest Enterprise Edition. It's not the same because it is focused for the Azure. However, it is almost the same. The managed instance preserve all the platform as a service capabilities with the automatic patching version, updates, and reducing overhead and TCO. Managed instance is designed to allow you to migrate from on-prem to infrastructure as a service. Now, serverless allows you to fully be independent. So the way to do it is you can autopause it. You can let it create your serverless mode and create your database and use it whenever you like and destroy it whenever you like. So it is a purpose for to be in three ways: in a serverless mode, and provision it, and hyperscale, depending on your resources. How do you need it? So it is a good way to manage compute model depending on your needs. So that's the way to manage it. So to deploy a server in a database, first you need to deploy a server, because without a server there's no database, right? So you need a SQL Server first, and the way to do so, you have to define a resource group, name it obviously where we will hold the server, define a network configuration and firewall rules, define a computer tier, which is provisioned or serverless, depending on what are you looking for. Provisioned is more with stated with predefined resources for the box that you're for the server that you're looking for. And if you're not predefining resources for it, then it is serverless what you're looking for. So depending on what you the needs on your loads, that is how you look the way that you need. So if you need to have provisioned resources, it is you're looking more for more capacity on your SQL Server. So that is a way to go. Next, you have to define if you need a SQL Elastic Pool or not. Depending for a development scenario or a standalone scenario. For a small application, you don't need a Elastic Pool. In this case, we won't use that. We use this capacity, but it is depending on your needs. And definitely you need to define a storage, the class storage that you need, depending on SSD or HD, depending on your needs. And of course, you have to define a compute model and the family, which is the Gen 5 or Generation 6, 4 or 5, sorry. And depending on that, you can select that for your provisioning. So in this test that we're looking for this demo, we will create it using declarative modes, and we'll see it in a graphical way using the portal. However, it is we'll try to use more the commands to see it in CLI, so you can see it there. But at a glance, you can see it how to configure it. It is no more than just selecting general purpose computing tier as a provisioned mode or serverless mode, and the computed hardware that you need, which is the generation 4 family or generation 5, and depending if you need for general purpose, as we have discussed, or hyperscale or business critical, depending on that. And this is how it flows the information to create your Azure SQL. That easy. However, as I said before, we'll try to use it in CLI to see it more automate works to do that. So in Azure SQL Serverless, here the main characteristic for it is that you can choose a computer model. You can change it whenever you like. You can select the service model. You can select the service objective. We'll see about that. You can autopause. You have you can configure the autopause, or you can configure the delay time that you need to do this autopause in case everything is focused on your cost savings, right? Because this Azure SQL in serverless mode is more is thinking in your costs. And you can select your auto scale when you to auto scale, and if you want to create your service pool or not. So depending on your needs, you can scale whenever and however you need to do it. And these are the characteristics that allows you to improve your SQL serverless. So here are some scenarios that I have think over a while, and how to use it and how it's best to use it. So in serverless, you have to find yourself in a situation where you have an intermittent use with an activity in some period of time to save costs. You have a database designed to scale up during time, as we have said before, and probably it is best to use when you have a new application and database that whose resources are not predictable to estimate. And what I'm thinking on this is when you don't know, when your application is new and you don't know how to predict it, you don't know how much your load is, you probably need to go serverless first to identify how much resources that you use, because you don't have to go ahead and create a big server with big resources and you don't know exactly how much they use. So the best, unless you know, because you have like a way to know if there is manuals or some documentation in your company that says specific features that it needs. So you don't know at first hand. But if you don't know and you're developing, you don't have the predictability on in the estimation. So in that way, if it is a new application that you're developing, so it is a good choice to be on serverless, right? But if you are in a more complex scenario where you need to provision some resources first, a database with predictable in the long-term use, it's a more a database with more mature, if you like. You need to pre-allocate resources, and you can put yourself in thinking what is the use of this database that you are using. If this is business important, then you have to pre-allocate, and this is a provisioned mode. If it is business critical, you can use hyperscale or business critical service tier, depending on. So everything is depending on how you're focusing on. But this is a main, very important step that you have to predefine first to know where to start. And the other is you cannot tolerate a delay on auto resume or auto pause actions, because if you are on Azure serverless, it's pretty most definitely, that you will have auto pause, and when you do that, it will take you like 1 minute or so to auto resume, and that means all the resources will be available in that time. It is a little painful if you are trying to be on demand, or if you're trying to like collaborate with other people working with the database. However, if it is a small team, it works for serverless. However, for some bigger scenarios, as we have discussed, is if it is business important or hyperscale, you cannot have that. So provision it in with hyperscale or business critical, it can help you. So also, you cannot tolerate the constant memory claims actions, which Azure SQL does in some way, because it manage internally the service manage internally the memory usage. So it claims it when they're not using it. But this on business critical or business important, that cannot happen, because that will have IO threads or IO situations that you will see the impact, and that cannot happen. The difference between the different DBs within the resource group sharing an elastic pool is very common scenario in here. So that's more like thinking in a way to use it. So that's a diagnostic that you have to see if it fits in that scenario. Then you are using provision it if you're using on business important, hyperscale, or business critical, depending on it. So another thing to consider are when you're using Azure SQL Serverless, you only pay for the resources that you consume. So the only supported license is general purpose license for serverless. That's a good thing that you have to consider, that depending on what you need. The max memory allocation for the size is 3 gigabytes RAM per core, compared with the 5 or 7 in provisioning, depending on the CPU that you're selecting. You have 40 vCores max for serverless. And as we told before, you will experiment a 1 minute delay to connect each time to auto resume. Sometimes you have to go to the portal and see that you are not on auto pause and something like that. That depends on exactly what you're trying to look for. So everything fits depending on your needs. And after autopause, the first connection may fail, because I just put that as very extreme scenario that 1 minute is not enough, because it's not that exact time, but it's an average. So that's a thing that you have to consider. The way that SQL Server managed the memory and the solution architect for it is a container after all. So the way that it managed the buffer pool for Azure SQL Serverless, it's important to know, because if it is a constraint that you have to take a consideration to whether you need another, you have to use provisioned model, and that's important to know. So with that, I have verified this feature, which is it's not that brand new, but it has a few months there, but it's great. Azure SQL Insights, which is a feature especially designed for Azure to monitor your performance in your database. How it works is that uses DMBs to collect and transport the information. DMBs is the dynamic management views that you have. We have views in our metadata SQL Server in standard mode. However, the DMVs are different from the standalone versions, because it is for Azure, of course. However, what it does is that transport all this metadata and send it to a Linux box which is a VM actually, and in our store in a time series DB. Actually, that is what it does. And in terms of costs, it the only cost that you have is the actual maintaining on the Linux VM that you have to create there, because everything is open source there, and so there is no cost associated with that. So only the the VM that you have to have, and it is designed for Azure SQL database, Azure SQL Managed Instance, and Azure SQL VMs that you have in your scenarios. So basically, that's the main idea here, and I put it as a good example because we always want to check out performance. That's a very good thing to a way to know if we have to scale or not, to see how it is behaving, because since it is serverless, we lose control of some parts. You're not in the server anymore, so you don't have like the way to see it. So you have to have tools, and this is a good one. So I leave this as a message: with great power comes great responsibility. You have to have a way to take everything in consideration, because as IT guys, we have to take care of everything, because if we don't, sometimes we will be asked why didn't consider that. So with that in mind, I think I'll go to the demo and check out some details there. So bear me a little bit with me. Let's check out. As I told before, we'll work with Azure SQL using the Visual Studio Code. We'll try to use the CLI here with these commands. I'll try to create some databases and do some basic stuff with that, and to provision the server. So basic stuff here. We'll use the AC group list to see. This is a way to use the query to see the East US. Let's see. Okay, it responds as a JSON, and see the resources that we have created there. So I see that we have already created the CR server 01. So this is a way to query, and another way to query it through the name tag. However, since there is already a resource group, I'll try to delete it and try again to start. So it'll take a while because there is some resource there. So bear with me. Oh, there's everything is running. So in the meantime, we'll see if we can see the portal here. We can see I have some SQL databases already. As we have discussed before, if you create a new one using the portal, you need to have the basics right here. So you have to have your subscription, you have to have your database name, you have to check out if you want to use the service pool, the computer storage that we have defined. This is the very small configuration that I have been testing. So everything is the IP, the networking, and the security that we have.
Carlos, I'm really sorry to interrupt. Can you zoom a little bit?
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Let me know if you can see it better on the code. Is it good there, or?
Yeah, much better. Thank you.
No worries. Okay, thank you, Simon. Okay, so it is still out. It already deleted the resource group, so we'll start again here. So the first thing is creating the resource group. This is more likely very fast operation. So it responded succeeded with the name that we suggested. That my main location is East US, so it starts there. So now we'll create the SQL server, right? Because there's where we will hold the databases. So here we go. This takes a little bit of time. Let's see, running. It will take a while to create. While we're seeing here that the first that we're describing here is the location, the resource group that we're selecting here. We created first. Then the name of the server that we are putting in here. I used Soul of Chocogin, which are the mechas that I love. So the name will be SOC Mecha 44, and the user and the password that you're selecting for your SQL server. Then we can list the resources as it is here. We can query out and put some name tags here. We can I tested with resource group and selected the name of the resource group that I'm working on. So basically, this is the command that we can create another bash to do it. And see there's a serverless here just to see how it works. It responds as a JSON and lists you all the information that you are, your ID and your information that you are requesting on your resource there. So basically, these are ways to do it in a managed way. If you don't want to, let's think of you want to create 50 database at the same time, and you don't want to go at the portal each time to create it, right? So you have to have something more automated, and this is a good way to do it. Of course, there is another, which is the YAML file, which it will help you to do it better or faster if you want to use pipelines in any case. So it will take a while to create. So let's bear with me for a few minutes. Let's check out if the another information that I want to show you on the portal at this moment. If we see the SQL servers that are already created, which are these testing, we can see, let's see. Oh, I already delete those, but I can see on this. You can change your capabilities at any time that you want. Because if you see the pricing tier here, you go over here and you can alter it in any way. You can change it to service tier, you can change it to general purpose, hyperscale, or business critical in a vCore purchasing model. If you want, you can use the DTU as we have said before, which is basic, standard, and premium, depending on how you are trying to using your demands on your workload. But the common way to use it, if you're testing on developing in a general purpose, will do just fine for you. The computing tier is the provisioning and serverless that we have discussed. You can change it from serverless to provisioning at any time. If you are like moving on your project and you want to dedicate more resources to it and change the configuration for your vCores and your maximums and your minimums for your machine. I have selected the very less 0.5 vCores, and here you can change the auto pause with a minimum of 1 hour, because I don't think that it can let you be less than 1 hour. I tested it and didn't work less than 1 hour. And you can select the size of the data max size. As default, it tries with 32 gigs. However, you can set for less, and and the GR zones, right? If you want to be local, you have to be in a zone or a geo redundancy for your backups, that is. So this is a way to do it in a graphical way. However, we're testing it in the console, right? So all these parameters that we're seeing here are the same that we're checking on the portal. So it should have been the same, right? So we were creating the SQL Server, which were over here. We created with the name of submeca 44. Now we will create a database there. If we want to list all the resource there, which we already did, it's here. We can see and show all the resources with the resource group associated with it and the usage for the resource group. This is another way to, these are the commands that you can select to describe all your SQL Server detailing. However, now we will try to do, here are two things that we will do. First, we'll copy a database, existing database, which is a clone of the database with the data that we have, creating a new name with it. Here is the destination name, and here is the original name for it, which we were examining it for. This is the server name where the database is, and the service group. However, for the databases that we are creating, that for the resource group that we have created, which is CR Server 01, here are the examples that we have for this creation. If you see here, we have the server name, the database name that we'll use, the general purpose license, the the family that we will select on, which is the Gen 5. The minimum capacity will be 0.5 cores. The compute model, which will be serverless. Autopilot delay will be 60 minutes. The service objective will be basic. Backup storage redundancy will be local, and the collection will be the default, which is SQL Latin 1, General CP1, CIAS. However, you can change everything, and there are a lot of more options there if you use height and help. You can all select that. Pretty much is the same that you see on the portal, but as we say, this is the example to do it in using the Azure CLI, right? So let's give them a little bit, a minute or two, which is running there and creating the database. You can select this is the way to change the creation. So it allows you to be very fast in creating. You can use these commands and create like 10 at the same time. No worries there, because it will be like in a serialized way. So no worries there. It will catch your constraints there. While it is creating here, I'll try to see if I have my database connected there, because I wanted to use this GX05. No, I have to create it again. Hold on, let's wait for a minute and then I'll create. Okay. Even if there are some issues when it responds like it doesn't find something, it creates database if there might be something wrong with the option I selected. However, it will create the database. Let's see over here. Go databases. I'll refresh. Okay, here we go. This is the database that we have created, and let's try to connect with it using the connection string. Let's see here. I I think I can catch it from here. Have the connection string. Yeah. I'm doing this because I want to connect to the database using the SQL Server connection over here. So create a new one. We paste what we have and change the password that we already had on the portal. You simply replace this and put your. This is optional. GX6 06. I'm sorry, and that is way the way that I have created. I have to add this rule in the Azure portal. Create a firewall rule for this IP. And then check on the response on the Azure portal. Hold on a second here. That takes a while because I have to create a rule, so it didn't work the creation of the rule. So what I'll do is I'll do a quick editor here. This is a faster way. So I'll update the firewall there and log in. So it should have create my create the connection over here. Let's see. Which was the CP06. Create that. Let's recreate. Let's retest it again. It takes a little while because it is not that robust, this kind of feature. However, it is cool to use it all centralized way. Right now it created the profile because they already have the IP firewall rule. So take a little bit to connect. Let's see. Okay. While it connects, I'll try to use a new query here using the other server that I'll have connected. And what I wanted to show you is using T-SQL, using T-SQL commands to create Azure SQL databases and to let you know that you can do it using T-SQL. Let's see here, we will create that GX09. We'll use the general purpose and I use GP Gen 5. If we do this, GX5. It will create the database within the Azure SQL at the selected server that we're using for. So sorry for that. It is taking me a while because, oh, there it goes. Because it fails sometimes, this kind of feature. The connection is not that great. So you can do the SQL Server creation, database creation using T-SQL. It will create you on the SQL Server that you're connected and create you a new database there. You can use the same commands that you know of, which is the drop database. You can do check out the DMBs and check out the service level objectives there. You can query it out. You can see the server's objectives there, the standard, premium, and elastic pools. You can see the catalog there and select your, depending on your database, and change it if you like using T-SQL. Here you can use an alter database, which is the command that you will use, and change the addition for that. Change the service objective and be declare as you wish the database to scale up depending on. So this is another way to do it. This is not a very common way to do it because everyone goes in the portal to do it. However, if you're thinking more like if you are trying to do something with more databases, like 25, 50 database at the same time, you have to think in some ways to be more efficient with your time. So that in with your human operations, maybe there's something that you can miss there. So this can help you to do it. This is another way. And I put this a message here because as I told you before, with Azure SQL, you have to be aware that the cache plan for SQL instance, it is clean in any time that we there will be a lot of recompilation of NIO because there is some um, recycling on your memory. So you have to be aware depending on the performance that you need. So this is for serverless. So if you see this behavior, you have to have another way to do it. Maybe you need to change in service model depending on your purpose. But for development purpose, I think it's a great way to do it. So I'm sorry that it's taking long for doing it, but um, this is what I wanted to show you here, and the ways that you can connect and the ways that you can use Azure SQL. So Simon, I don't know if you have any questions for me or you have anything that you want to discuss there.
Yeah, Carlos, that was great
Thank you.
session. I think you did cover what is serverless, right? Talked everything about Azure SQL around it. Then you also showed a demo. So I think that completed everything. We have a question from Santosh. He's asking that do we have a rollback feature in CLI command once command executed or terminate execution of creating a DB?
Rollback, like if you have created a database or it is
Mhm.
creating a database inside, well, there is no per se because the commands are pretty straightforward. It has
Mhm.
however, it has a time frame. If it doesn't respond in some time, it will cancel the operation depending on
Okay.
your connection, right? So there is no declarative mode to say rollback for creating
Okay.
a. Mhm.
Even this makes sense, right? If your command is not responding, it will just terminate and I'll let you
Mhm.
know that hey, your command is terminated. Apart from all the things that you cover, Carlos, what are some of the challenges one may face while moving towards SQL serverless, and maybe 1 or 2 points on that?
Well, basically, the I think the most important part is to determine what scenario will choose, because
Hmm.
you have to be aware how much resources you need. That's the most important part, because what I have seen in some experiences is that you already are on the Azure SQL and you are seeing that your resources aren't enough, and you blame something like, oh, that's simply is not working. But it's not that. It's because we have to use a better another solution. So depending on that is that you have to be aware of what is the intention that you're trying to look for, and if serverless covers what you're intending to do. So if not, you have to go with a little bit more expensive solution in a serverless mode, but changing your resources there. So that's the thing that you have to consider. The other is if you're going to use SQL, a SQL pool or not, to change your resources there. So that's very important part. And the other is, how are you going to monitor your resources? How are you going, be aware, how are you going to monitor the performance? Azure SQL has the way to manage those using the using some metrics, and you can configure alerts. You can do that. However, sometimes you have to be more specific on what you're trying to look for. So in that, you have to be very aware of what kind of management views are you trying to collect, and what are you trying to see in the trends. So that'll be my experiences in that part.
All right, Carlos, that was absolutely amazing session.
Thank you.
We'll now move to the next session, but before we do that, any final thing you want to plug in?
No, thank you. That'll be all for today. Thank you for having me.
All right, Carlos, thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate it. I'm really sorry once again for so late early
No,
session.
no worries.
We'll take care of it next time.
Thanks for having me here.
Take care, and we'll see you soon. Ta-ra, bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, with that absolutely amazing session on Azure SQL Serverless by Carlos, we now move to our next session, which is again a very, very important topic, and that is on DevOps. And to give you an insight, for over 60,000 people, I think about 70,000 people have registered for it, and many of them have shown interest to learn about DevOps. So everyone who's watching us now, or who's going to watch later on, put on your seatbelts, as we have now joining us Mike Martin, who's going to talk about Azure Secure DevOps. And I follow Mike on social media, and he's everywhere. I'm really excited to host him. So let's welcome Mike Martin to Cloud Summit 2021. Hi, Mike. Welcome to Cloud Summit 2021.
Hey, it's fun here, and I love the introduction. By the way, you follow me. That sounds actually, from a security perspective, sounds kind of fishy, but that's okay.
I'm not stalking you, Mike.
No. It's me who is everywhere apparently, and I love the introduction movie that you did there. So really nice. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, you have been very active in the community, right? And we just found that, hey, you're very active, and that's absolutely great. So, Mike, I'm really looking forward for your session that's on the fifth element, Azure SQL DevOps. But looks pretty promising. So I see you've already shared your screen. I have added it to the stream now, and next 40 minutes is all yours.
Will be me, apparently. All right. So, hi there, and welcome Azure Summit, or I say, I'm very pleased to be welcome at Azure Summit 2021. Virtually, hopefully next year we will see each other live again, but we'll see how the year evolves and how the world evolves into that matter. Now, my session today will be on the fifth element. And for those who've seen the movie by Luc Besson, it's a segue into the topic that I'm going to describe. The fifth element is about the ultimate supreme being, the ultimate warrior created to protect life, surrounded by the four elements of life, which are water, air, sand, earth, and fire. And Mila Jovovich, she becomes the supreme being, the ultimate warrior, the perfection of the ultimate being. She protects the life, and when she gets surrounded by those four elements, she will actually be protecting the world surrounding it from the devouring entity that is trying to delete all life in the universe. Now, since there are four elements, and since Mila Jovovich is actually the protector, the central part, which is doing all that, we can push that analogy over to DevOps. And more specifically, we can see Mila Jovovich as security surrounded by the 4 pillars of DevOps. Now, if you say 4 pillars of DevOps, what are they? I will go into them into a second, but first a small introduction about myself. As Simon already said, I am still a community member, but I work for Microsoft. Now this talk is Microsoft related because I'm focusing on Azure. This summit is really focusing on Azure, so we should go forward with this. And I'm spreading my love for everything which is Azure related, but also everything else which is Microsoft related for that matter. But this is not a sales pitch. This is really things that you should do when you want to achieve a real safe deployment and a real safe building for Azure with things that you can do to improve your DevOps workflows. Yeah, you can follow me on Twitter, as Simon already said. You see my handle on the screen, and you also can just scan this little cute QR code here that you can see on my Azure portal. Now, the goal in the agenda of the day is actually you have 4 elements, as I said. We start off by looking at secure design. This is very important. Then we move over to the secure coding part. Yes, we are developers, and developers play an intrinsic role today inside of building solutions, of course, yeah, right? And if you take a look at security, security is an onion, and it has layers. It's not an ogre thing, by the way. I'm not copywriting Shrek here, but it's security is like an onion. It has layers, and at the core is actually your code that you're building and your software that you're building. And lately, we've seen a lot of these software supply chain attacks. One of the more well-known is the SolarWinds thing, but we also, with Microsoft, we also saw that happening, and where we had then afterwards some issues with some accessibilities on another part, and resulted typically in ransomware attacks and all these things. But the thing with software supply chain attacks is that they start off where the software is being built. So that's very important. So the developers become very, very important in this story. Then we talk about secure building, the building blocks, where we do the automation of our building, CI/CD typically. The secure ops part and the secure monitoring part, which is the last part or the last element of this thing. So let's move forward with this. I'm just quickly gonna push my phone on mute because apparently people are willing to call me, so I'm going to push myself here on do not disturb. So let's first talk about the security development lifecycle. And the security development lifecycle, or SDL, the most important part here is that we make sure that we are no longer looking at the right-hand side. Security used to be a lot with defense and defending the endpoints, firewalls, spam, all these controls, DDoS protection, all these things that you have, yeah, they're typically on the right-hand side. But let's do what we call in terms a shift left and impact everybody from the beginning of the building of your software. And this is a security development lifecycle, which is or the SDLC or the SDL. And we start by making sure that everybody gets on the same level and that everybody is trained in security. That's a very important aspect of this. And then we move over to the other parts, but training and getting acknowledged and getting awareness on security issues is very important. If you want to know more about this as a software developer on how to get trained well, take a look at Tanya Yagya. She hacks purple on Twitter. She has great references to how to improve your coding posture and how to become more aware on being trained into security pitfalls. Right now, since this is a primer into Azure Secure DevOps and what you should be doing or what you can do, you can actually use this as a secondary guidance. Now, In the SDLC, there's a couple of things really important. First of all, training, as I already said, but there's other aspects which we will handle throughout the remainder of this talk. First of all, there's threat modeling and making sure that you have the security requirements. This comes back into the secure design part and establish those design requirements, right? And then we go into the more hands-on thing, use approved tools. I'm going to show you a lot of tools which you can use and learn on, right? And then we move into the automation part, which is the building part. And this is where we do static analysis test, security testing, or SAST and DAST, which is dynamic analysis security testing. Penetration testing is more after the fact, when everything is deployed and you want to check on a regular basis how secure your environment is. And this will typically be used against the perimeter security, but also against things like OWASP and stuff like that. So like SQL injection, cross-site scripting, and other weaknesses that we can find in software and things. But very important, just as important as providing the training, is the standard incident response. We have a solution for that. We have help on that at Microsoft, and you can actually look for that when you look at incident response. We have a full playbook for that you can use and download, and you can start integrating inside of your organization, which can also be helpful in regards with the usage of tools like Azure Sentinel and Azure Security Center. So it's really cool stuff to look at. But let's go more into the practical side of things. So let's start by doing secure design. Now, secure design is one thing. We all are software developers, or most of us are software developers that are here, I reckon. If not an issue, but then at least you should get aware on what is going on there. And one of the things that you need to do is, when you're designing software, you typically do class design and UMLs and all these things. But what you don't typically do is you design for the risks that you're doing and identifying the threats and the risks that you may occur. Now, Microsoft in the 90s came up with an acronym called STRIDE. And STRIDE is actually handling all the different things that might go wrong or that could be threat actors. Yeah? There's spoofing, tampering, repudiation, information disclosure, denial of service, and elevation of privilege. And they all have to do with either identity impersonation and things like that, but also with breaking the integrity of your source code and stuff. Yeah. So to give you an idea, people can impersonate who you are and try to brute force your password, for instance, if you have weak passwords or no identity management on top of that. Yeah. So these are things all come together with those. Now, next to that, we have a scoring mechanism also. And then STRIDE is well known, but lesser known is the DREAD factor. And DREAD is actually the scoring that you have based upon the previous one. So for instance, we can say, what is the damage potential that's something that we identify as a threat? What is the damage potential of that threat? And how easy is it to be reproducible, right? And can we really exploit it, or if it's just a false positive? Yeah? And which users are affected? This can be very important when we're talking about the chain of custody and the investigation part on the walkthrough and the lateral movement of things. Yeah, and also very important is, how discoverable is this attack surface? Do people know about this? And if this is so, what can we do to hide it or to avoid this, right? Now, that's when we then push this into a model of threat modeling in a simplification way, we just have to ask ourselves a couple of questions. First of all is, what are you building? That's the model. Second of all is, identify all the threats that come along with it. So, or what can possibly go wrong? You know that sentence, right? Third of all is, what are you going to do about it? How are you going to mitigate the actions and the threats, right? And then fourth of all is, validate all three steps before that, right? Now, we wouldn't be Microsoft if we didn't have any tools for that to helping you in there. And one of the tools that we have is TMT. And it's not Teenage Mutant Turtles. No, it's a threat modeling tool. And the threat modeling tool has been around for quite a while, but a lot of people don't seem to be knowing it. And it looks a little bit like Visio. And Oh yeah, by the way, all these QR codes, so you can just scan these if for your convenience, so you can immediately go and take a look at the tools or the documentation that I'm pointing out here. So it's for your convenience, and I'll put the slides up here somewhere after the fact. Probably Simon can tell me where I can put them. Now, if we take a look at the threat modeling tool, and let me just open it up because images say more than just words, right? So the threat modeling tool allows you by means of templates to drag and drop Azure components, because we have a specific Azure component template that you can use against this, and then you can just use all the Azure components to draw a full solution here. And what you typically do with threat modeling is you don't look at the interactions of classes and stuff. No, you look at how data will flow and how a user will flow throughout an application or a solution. Like for instance, here we have an operator who uses a browser, goes through a web app, which is a public and an operator site, yeah? And that web app interacts with an API, which then again is being monitored by Application Insights, and so on, and you get the idea, right? So you have a full scope here. Now, the cool thing is all these have parameters and properties that you can set. Like for instance, here you can actually say in the properties, and I hope this is visible because I cannot enlarge this, unfortunately. But what you can do here is you can take a look at the isolation level, and every single aspect of that solution has certain parameters that you can set. And regarding how the choices that you are building or that you have already set inside of that application, this will generate a checklist and a mitigation list for your threats. Now, you probably say, where is it? Well, the interesting part becomes when we go inside of the view and we change it from the design view into the analysis view. And this analysis view will give you a full checklist which you can export. And you can use, and here we have our categories, and this is our strides that you see. You can actually see and click on all these elements, and you will actually jump inside of these different elements that you've drawn. So for instance, here is a data flow in HTTPS, which can be possibly interrupted. Here we have data flow sniffing that we can have. So if a man in the middle attack, things like that can pop up. So this can actually help you to generate a full mitigation list. And it even gets better because this will generate a full HTML report. So I can create a full report here. I'm just going to generate this. I'm going to push this onto, if it comes down to, it's generating. Give it a second. And once this is generated, it gives you a full HTML report. And this HTML report will be, just push this into the correct folder immediately. So there we go. And we go here and here. And I just say Demo Summit. There we go. If I now open up that folder again, which I have open here, there we have it. There will be a file showing up shortly. There it is. If I open this, you will see, there we are. It should be opening in my browser anytime soon. Yeah, here we are. Of course, it opens in the wrong one, but that's okay. I can just drag it out. Here we have it. There we go. So this will do the full report with all the different elements highlighted. And you can just upload this into your wiki, and then you use this as a mitigation list. So that's step one, secure design. Now, we also have a tool that accompanies the threat modeling tool, which is called the SDL knowledge framework, or better known as SKF. Now, this will actually be even a better help for you, because what we can do here is, I just need to open up my other browser here. It's this one, there we are. So if you go into the SKF, this will actually allow you to browse the guidance that we have. So that is actually the stuff that you can find in TMT, but you can also create sample models, and you can create, you can use the full general template for threat modeling Azure. So if you click here, you will actually see that there's some models here that you can download already where you can start from, like for instance, a standard, if it's willing to load a little bit faster, whether it's a standard PaaS system or a basic PaaS web app or a basic IoT solution, and you can start working on those from that perspective. Everything else is just like browsing the guidance, and you can actually take a look at the guidance and even the mitigation that you need to do or the things that you need to counterattack. And you can really just browse on all the things that you might think of and just filter on these, what kind of a security frame you're in, what kind of components that you're talking to, and so on and so on. This is a really, really useful tool. All right, so next to that, so we have our design now and the mitigation parts. Now let's go into the coding part. Now, first of all, code is shifting left. So developers should be aware what they're doing wrong. And a lot of things that are going wrong is the configuration of secrets inside of code, whether it's hard-coded or whether it's not hard-coded. There's things going on there that are not so nice. So we should try to avoid secrets anyhow inside of our code. Now for this, we have some NuGet packages that can help you to organize your key vault, and where you can then start using key vault and managed identities to access secrets like, let's say, configuration strings of your databases, pre-shared keys. You shouldn't be using that for storage, but pre-shared keys, for instance, for storage. Secrets from other stuff, tokens that you want to share, certificates, and so on and so on. They should be going into key vault. Very important. That way your code stays clean, but also you will always have a track of who's accessing which secret and which code part. Now, on the other hand, if something would happen with credentials that are being leaked inside of your repositories or in your code, we do also have some tools. Now, in the past, we used to have Visual Studio 2017. We had CredScan inside of Visual Studio 2017. So for those who are still on 2017, you can use the continuous delivery tools for Visual Studio, which contain CredScan. But for today, we have something completely different. If you're using GitHub, you actually have secret scanning inside of your repositories. This works for public repositories, but not in the way as it works for private repositories in the higher SKUs of GitHub. You get a notification on when you publish a public secret. So that's a thing, and then you can handle across to it. But if you're using the enterprise versions of GitHub, you can actually just go into the secret scanning alert, and you will actually see what is being handled here. And then you can start pushing issues on those and pull requests to maintain and to change these features. And if you take a look here, I have a connection string here. And I can just open this one up. If I highlight it, it will be. Why can I not open this up anymore? Ah, come on. Normally it will be showing. All right, anyway, here you can see that I have a secret which is valid. It's no longer valid because it's a fake database with a fake user and password, but I actually did stupidity of uploading the full database environment with an admin user and a password that can be read in clear text. So that's something that you want to avoid. So CredScan and secret scanning in GitHub will actually help you maintain and take that burden away from you. So this is something really, really important. Now, we wouldn't be coders if we couldn't just go dive into Visual Studio and dive into coding experience. Now, for those things, we have also a lot of tools at our hand. There's a couple of them that I try to highlight. One of them is the security intelligence Rosalind analyzer that you can use, but there's two others which are really, really good, which is a security code scan for VS 2019 and newer, and Microsoft DevSkim. And the beauty of this thing is that they all work, unfortunately, they're .NET only, so intelligence-wise. But the beauty of it is that they also work for both Visual Studio and Visual Studio Code. So let me just demonstrate you quickly what you can do with those. So if I go into Visual Studio, and this is a smaller window, so I apologize in advance. But if you take a look at Visual Studio, I enabled here DevSkim And normally, if I just now do a quick build, a quick change here, and just do a quick build here, come on, pre-build, you will get some errors, and then from there, the IntelliSense will start kicking in, because it needs to know what is going on there. Give it a second. There you go. I thought I did that before, but apparently I didn't. And this will give you squiggly lines all over the place, just like you know with IntelliSense and with the workings of these things. And it will highlight to you what the issue is, what the best practice there would be in security matters, and how you can cope with these things. So if I can just, while this is building, I'll just already demonstrate Visual Studio Code. That is open here. So here we have it. This is a security IntelliSense working. We also have DevSkim working. So you see the squiggly lines here. If I hover over it, you will actually see that this is the choice for blob container public access will be allow public of all, and you get the entire info. You even get the quick fixes that you can do from there, and it's really, really good stuff that you need to maintain better practices in building more secure code when you're building against Azure or the Azure SDK or stuff like that. So normally, if it all goes well, this should be, it takes a little bit longer. Let's see if we already have them. Yeah, there we have it. So this is from DevSkim. You will actually see that they have an insecure URL here. If I open up the storage sample, for instance, you will see others coming up in a second. If I open up the service bus sample, you will see that there are bumping up. This is from security IntelliSense that you have. So you need to use other properties instead, and so on and so on. So you actually get good guidance into building better software and more secure software. So having that said, let's just minimize her and continue with the rest of the presentation. Now, it's not only about the code itself, but it's also the way you handle your coding storage. Now, one of the things that you should handle all over the place, whether it's your code repositories, whether it's your Azure estate, whether it's your Azure resources, you always should keep in mind one important thing: the principle of least privilege. They who have access, they can probably do everything. So what you need to make sure of is when you're doing stuff with your code, whether it's GitHub or Azure DevOps, doesn't matter. Where you store your code, you should at least make sure that all the permissions are being set at the principle of least privilege, that you only give read access to those who need it, that they cannot change stuff, because this is how things worked inside of the software supply chain attacks, mostly especially with SolarWinds. So you get that you need to change these things. Now, it's not only that, you also need to secure the tokens that you're using, your build pipelines, and all of these things. And for those who are still using Azure DevOps pipelines, which is still a very cool pipeline building environment, we have something that can help you to secure your code building a little bit better. If we take a look here, I have a build step that I push into a separate build into Azure DevOps pipelines, which does a full scan of my environment in Azure DevOps. And this will realize upon the pipelines and on the repositories how the permissions are set and where we need to improve, or where it fails actually in a security point of view. You can find this in the ADO. It's the ADO security scanner. It's part of the AZSK. That will be deprecated, but you can still download this one and still install this on your Azure DevOps pipelines as a plugin from the marketplace. Yeah, and here you can see that you want to avoid external users in your organization. I also want to make sure that the project visibility is only set to private or enterprise, and even better, there's also, and this should be sure. There's also a check on all the build pipelines itself, showing a lot of things where how the service connections are being set up, how all the different security statuses for the build is being used in the pipelines, and so on and so on. So you get the idea that this will be intrinsic for checking the security on that level. All right, so that brought me a little bit to that SecOps part. Now let's go into the build. I already showed you a little bit of the ways of building that I'm using Azure DevOps or GitHub Actions, which is evenly so. And there's a lot of tools that can help you in building your software in a very secure way. I'm going to highlight a couple of those, and do note that this list is unlimited. If you take a look in both GitHub or in Azure DevOps, and you look for security plugins inside of your build pipelines, you will get a full list, and they keep on coming in the marketplaces. So there's a lot of choice. So whatever choice you'd have, or whatever organizational choice you have, they're good either way. But I'm going to highlight a couple of them that actually give benefit, or that are already built in on some of our tools. So let's go with those. Right? So first of all, I'm going to show you a little bit on Azure Secure DevOps Kit. Now, this, as I said, this will be deprecated, but I still strongly advise you to download the AZSK modules on your PC, because you can still use these to pre-check any ARM template that you have. And why am I saying this? So if you're doing ARM template deployments, or even Bicep for that matter, because you can generate your ARM templates from there, you can have AZSK as a download, and AZSK can be used then as the following. So I'm just going to do here cd, let's say, simple VM, and I'm going to get AZSK. So AZSK is the module. They all start with AZSK, and I can just go here, template, should be, or wasn't it template? Wait, let me just say, boom, yeah, there we go. So ARM template security status. I have an ARM template, a JSON template here. So that should be Azure deployed. There we have. I can now start checking this template for any insecurities that I've built in, so things that I'm failing against. And here you have them. So you have a good, nice overview on what's going on here. So I have a summary, how many high and medium risks there are, and it even generates you a CSV file, which can then be used as a check and a mitigation list to improve your ARM template. Okay, this can also be done, and this is the coolest part, this can also be done at an already existing full deployment. So if I'm just doing this here, and I'm quickly going to cheat here because I need my subscription idea. There we go. So if I just do this, voila, and I'll let this run, it will check my entire subscription, which has already been deployed in Azure, and I can actually validate against those. And I can, and this will be using a lot of the SIS benchmarks and the Azure security benchmarks. Now, most of these things are being pushed back into Azure Security Center. But if you want to check this outside of Azure, you can actually do this with this PowerShells. With these PowerShell commands, and this will give you again a good overview of what's going on behind the wheels, and you will see all the checks that it is doing, whether you have multiple accounts going in there, the MFA enabled, security center policies, and so on. And as you can see here, there's a lot of checks that it is doing in the background. Now, the newer version of this thing is called the Azure Tenant Security Solution. This is something that you need to deploy in a separate Azure solution that we have, and this can fully scan your subscriptions. You just need to give it access through the means of an SPN or a managed identity, and this then will scan your entire subscription from that part. If you take a look at it, what this looks like, I can actually show you. So here we have it. So this will actually give you a full list in a web page. You just select your subscription. You can take a look at the compliance initiative that you want. I want to go with a tenant baseline, for instance, and you will get a full overview here of all the compliance checks that are being applied here. So let's go here, and then you will see that I have 52 failed steps here. I can take a look at all the different take a look at all the different fails, but also the different passes. I can even filter on those, and this is a full report that you can then use. And you can see here, if you click through on that, you can see what needs to be done. Like here, I need to enable HTTPS only instead of going over HTTP, and so on and so on. So these are the explicit failures that I put in there, because elsewhere I cannot demo these things. Another tool that you can use to validate ARM templates on that matter is ARMTTK. Now, the reason why I'm pushing this thing in, and this works seamlessly today also with Bicep, the reason why I'm pushing this thing in is this also validates the alt ARM APIs that you're addressing. So if I go back to my environment and I go test AZ template, I can just do that again, and this will test against the ARM templates that you have. And as you can see, I'm using all the latest versions of the ARM templates. But if I were to go into a different directory, I would actually get red lines saying you need to update this API, and so on and so on. So this is a valid test. You can use this as a script part inside of your CI/CD pipeline and validate against those before you actually start deploying those. So it's a pretty interesting part. Now, on the matter of not only your code being validated from an IAC point of view, you also need to check your code itself for dependencies in there. And some of the tools that we offer today are dependencies inside of NuGet packages, NPM packages, but also code dependencies that you have differently. Some of the free tools that are available, one of them is, for instance, White Source Bolt. It can integrate with both Visual Studio Code, Azure Devops, and GitHub natively. If you're doing it in GitHub, it will generate you issues. If you're doing it in Azure DevOps pipelines, it will generate you a full report that you can use, and I can actually show you that too. Here we go. So we have a build here which has been built, and here we have a white build report that you can load. This will give you all the CVEs that are being found inside of your packages that you have. This will work for most of the languages. Oh, it takes a little bit longer than expected. Let's try that again. And then from there out, you can actually, as you can see, for this specific project, I get a high vulnerability score, but you also have vulnerable libraries, and you can immediately see what kind of vulnerabilities can be found here. Now, this is really cool. They also have so that's for the free version, so you can just use that for open source typically, but you can just use that. There's also a paying version which gives you a full dashboard separately, and which allows you to even do issue management on top of that by that tools with better reporting and better project management and policies that you can set on all these things, so that way you can validate against those. One of my favorite tools, and is because they do a lot of stuff in a very correct way, is Snyk. They have IDE integrations, they have separate portals, they have pipeline integrations. The cool thing about Snyk is that it scans both your code and your dependencies. So you have a win-win situation here. And they today, they actually give you a lot in return. From a free perspective, there's already a lot that you can use, as you can see here. So this is being used by the free version. They even have a full dashboard also available where you can see all the different projects, and you don't even have to go through doing that in pipelines. You can even just do that directly on the repositories. So you can integrate with repositories. I can show you here. Like for instance, here you can see all the integrations that you have. And the cool thing about it is that it can also integrate directly with container registries, for instance, and Kubernetes. So here I have it configured for GitHub. I have not configured it for Azure repos. I have it configured for here in ACR, for instance. I can scan those on remote, and you will get actually also external endpoint validation of the security. All these tools connect to the NIST databases and to the general database where all these CVEs are being pushed into. So you can actually do that. And even in GitHub, we have these things at hand. I mean, if you take a look at dependency management, we have Dependabot for those things. So you can even validate together with Snyk in correlation with Dependabot, and but you can just use Dependabot also from a GitHub perspective in that matter. Evenly cool is that it can also be found in Visual Studio as a plugin, and if you just open up this tab here, so I hopefully can do this. Come on, it's failing on me. Let me see. As you can see here in Visual Studio Code, you have, for instance, the SNCC button here. You just do a connect VS Code with SNCC with your free account, and then you can start looking at it from here. They even have a CLI for that matter, so it's okay. Here you have it. So here I have my scan. I can scan my my environment, and this shows me the vulnerabilities that I have in this specific project, and it will show up in a second now. So you can actually do this either on the IDE from a more shift-left perspective, or in a full automated build if you have that. Now, a tool that is pushing more into the security part, but which has always been a code quality tool and a code analysis tool, is SonarQube. And SonarQube is actually a little bit of an umbrella. You can integrate with all these tools previously. You can integrate that back in SonarQube as your generic dashboard. It runs in two flavors. Either you run it yourself, either in a container or a VM, or you run it into the cloud, and then it's called Sonar Cloud. The beauty of SonarQube is that you have the management all by yourself, but you can also implement additional plugins where Sonar Cloud is only limited to the plugins that they offer to the community, unless you're doing a pay-in version, and then you can do a little bit more there. Now, the cool thing about SonarQube is that it's you only need a couple of things set up inside of your environment. So if you take a look at the environment itself, for instance, in pipelines of Azure DevOps, you just need a couple of steps. They're provided for you, and you just need to link to the correct endpoint, which is your SonarQube environment. I'm running it into a Azure website as a container. Runs perfectly, runs smooth. No, actually, running this natively inside of an Azure website. So I can use Azure websites as a fairly secured endpoint, and also just push the code there because it's just a Java project that you're running. And as you can see here, you have, like for instance, this juice shop. You can actually have a security score here. This gives you an overview. On the security part, you have specific security hotspots that you have that they're working on today. So let's go to the overall code, and I can say here, security hotspots. And here you can actually see all the things that need to be addressed. They also do deep scanning now. So not only, and they do some dependency management too. You immediately get the squiggly lines. You can see that you get the code. This will be a hotspot for authentication, and you get some good, decent feedback on this thing. If you're running it into cloud, it looks very similar. So it's Sonar Cloud. You see, it's just a different logo here, and you can have the same kind of looks on the dashboard. So if I go into the dashboard, you will actually see the same things. The cool thing is, if you go into issues, you also have a breakdown into different things, and one of them is the security category, and it also will look at the OWASP opt-ins if there are, and the configuration part. So you actually can drill down into all the different aspects here of your code, whether it's insecure or not. So back to the next part. One of the things that you can do as a premier customer is demanding security code analysis, and this will do this is specifically for Azure DevOps. Here you can have cred scan inside of Azure DevOps available. You also have tools like, and let me show you this because I also have this one open. I think it's this one. No, it's this one. I thought I had it open. All right, let me just go into the pipeline here. No, it's not this one. All right, never mind. But I can show you anyway. Let's go into the pipeline here. Where did I put it? Ah, here it is. So if I add some of these things, you will actually see that you can add grid scan, for instance. And this is part of the, it's taking a long time. Right. This is time for the, yeah, as you can see, it will also if it's deployed inside environment anyway. So yeah, you will get the idea. So this can do that. Another tool that we talk about nowadays is Azure code signing. Code signing is very important because you want to secure your code from your point of view, making sure that it is you. And I still got a lot of ground to cover apparently, but it's almost time perhaps. So give me one more minute. I'm going to go to the details of everything else. Azure code signing is very important to validate that the code is really you and that nobody else can tamper with it. This is a new service that is coming. It's in preview now, so you can actually demand on these things. So the links, just look it up, and you will see some things going out there. Code analysis. Today in GitHub, we do provide SAST inside of the part of GitHub itself. Code analysis is a bolting that we did with CodeQL, and you can easily implement that with just an action that you have. Now, quickly go over the secure deployment part. RBAC. If you're deploying to Azure, RBAC is your friend. Again, privileged principle of least privilege. You need to go there, right? Make sure that you only have validated users that can deploy inside of Azure, and do this by means of governed ways with policies and blueprints, and even the ARM templates. Make sure that they are in a secure way and that you validate them also as a infrastructure as code part, and that you actually secure them very well inside of your repository. One other thing that I would like to mention is if you're doing today Azure deployments, and I'll leave this for your reading afterwards, but if you're doing Azure deployments, the monitoring becomes also very important. And one of the things that I want to show you lastly is the ACR integration inside of GitHub with Azure Security Center. So today you can build your containers, for instance, for the Azure, and inside of GitHub Actions, and you can actually pinpoint back to Security Center and make sure that you check, that you do the checks, and that you can actually control what's going on there. So if you take a look at Security Center, and I have this open here, and you look inside of the container, you look inside of the container image scanning, you will actually see unsafe container images popping up because they should be come on, I really want to show this. Load. All right, you will see that there's affected resources here. You can click through on those. If I go inside of my, you see here CI/CD critical findings. If I click through on this, they work along with it. So if I'm lucky, I will leave it loading in the background, and I can show you before I switch off. But this is the details of it. Did I have a screenshot of this? I think I did. Oh, I did not. Okay, never mind. Never mind then. So let's see if it's already loaded, and if not, I'm just gonna stop for the sake of time. Yeah, it's taking a long time to load, so don't worry about it. But you can actually see where the repository is, and you can actually click through on there and see the build line and how actually have it. Oh, here we are. So here you have the images. If I can click through on this one, you see the critical findings, and normally this will go a lot faster. Should be going a lot faster. It will look something like this in GitHub, because you see the container image return here, results. And if you look at the portal, now it's taking too long. You will actually see just the highlights of all of it, and you can actually move along with it. Resources. and takeaways, I have all the links in here, so you can just consume those, read more about all the tools that I talked about. There's actually quite a lot of lists here. One thing that I didn't talk about, because that takes way too much time to explain it all, is the testing tools, but there's a lot from them. They're also as a reference here. Use those also, and hope you learned something about it. And now I'm really gonna wrap up because I'm actually annoying Simon here. So Simon, sorry for going over time. It's a wrap.
You're about time. I was just trying to get a heads up to the next speaker. You were on time, so no problem with that. So, I was just sitting back and looking at the entire session, and, Mike, I actually have to go back and rewatch it, open it in OneNote next to it, because there's so many tools, announcement, previews, and things that you have shared that I actually have to go and note down and check them once again. Having said that, we have a couple of minutes, maybe a minute, before we move to the next session. I did see a couple of questions coming in. The first one is by Jay Sankar. Once it's generally available, how to migrate existing DevOps to Azure SEC DevOps?
So you don't have to migrate. It's just adding additional steps into your build pipelines and making sure that you actually secure everything. You have everything at hand. You just need to implement it. So you don't have to migrate anything. That's the beauty of it. Of course, if you're going away from Azure DevOps inside of GitHub, for instance, then you do need to do a few things, because you need to do pipelines and stuff like that. But yeah, that's just basic tool migration.
The other one is by Vijay. Vijay is asking, is it recommended to cache the secrets? I manage my secrets in Key Vault, but don't want to call it Key Vault for fetching my secret every time.
Okay. Yeah, you can cache, but it depends on how you want to cope with it. There's always a lifetime and a refresh token going on there. So you can cache, but you may need to make sure that nobody can access the cache. So you need to provide that extra mechanism there. Typically, if you're using like caching inside of things like pipelines for getting secrets and implement, you still also need to do these extra calls. But the mechanism behind there is also being by tools like MSAL and all these things to make sure that the caching is in a decent way handled. So yeah. There's that. Hence why these NuGet packages are so useful. Yeah. Okay.
So
do you have links to the demos?
Slides,
yeah. Where do you want them, Simon?
I'll reach out to you. I'll reach out to all speakers. We'll get it from you, and then we'll put it on the Cloud Summit GitHub where people can all access it. I will just put your GitHub. Can we use existing Azure repo CI/CD pipelines to Azure SEC DevOps?
Yeah, as I said, it's not a different tool. It's a different way of operating and approaching your DevOps. So Azure SEC DevOps is not really a tool. You just need to start implementing the tools that I mentioned here and start thinking about the concepts that I talked about.
All right, Mike, that was absolutely amazing session. I think the longer you stay, the questions will keep on coming in. So we'll just have to stop it. Thank you so much, Mike. Any final thing you want to plug in before we move to the next session?
Yeah, I hope everybody has been watching the last few days, because there were great sessions. And if there's anything that I want to plug in, there is going. And hopefully next year we can do this again. So yes,
exactly.
Let's keep going.
Hopefully offline, right, in person. That would be great.
Yes.
So thank you so much,
yes,
Martin.
please.
I really appreciate your time. That was absolutely amazing session. We would love to have you back. And yeah, see you next time. Until then, take good care of yourself. Bye-bye.
Okay.
And I
Good
love
job, Simon. Great moderator.
I love technical
Bye-bye.
evangelist people, right? Bye. All right, with that, we move to our next session. And next session is by none other than our superstar C# MEP, Bassam. Bassam has moved to Germany some time back. And I think when we started back the C# Live, he was one among very early guests. I think he was guest number 4 or 5 when we started this C# Live. And I'm really happy to host him in one of our largest events. So Bassam is going to talk about, everyone knows, right? Bassam is on Blazor, .NET. So today Bassam is going to talk about, I lost it. No, this is the other day. Today is day 17. Today Bassam is going to talk about simplified cloud native application development. So without any further ado, let's invite the C# Corner rockstar all the way from Germany. Hi, Bassam. Welcome to Cloud Summit 2021.
Thank you for this nice introduction. I'm very happy with that. So I have this shirt. This one. I have it already.
Yeah, I saw it. Thank you so much, Bassam. I'm really happy to connect with you.
I am really happy to see you too. Unfortunately, we didn't meet each other last year because COVID virus. I cannot fly to New Delhi to see all my people there.
But we'll have you back. Either we bring you or we come to you. Either of these two is gonna happen next year.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm really excited and looking forward for your session, Bassam. Simplified cloud native application development, right? And I see you already sharing your screen. Once you move to your slides or VS Code, or I'll just add it to the screen then.
So yes, thank you. We are today to rock the community. We are here. We have a nice experiment, and I will talk about that today. Thank you, Simon. And let's start today about simplified cloud native application development with Dapper. So, and about me, I have to start the counter because I have to control the time. I have too much stuff, and I won't just see. I have begin now, and I have to control. I have timer on my desk. So about me, I am a senior engineer. I have a lot of articles everywhere, C# Corner mainly. I have write a few books. The first one is free on C# Corner. And I'm speaking also on conference. If you want to follow me or you want to see any information about me, you can have my links here down, Twitter or LinkedIn or anything else. So today to begin, I will first make small introduction, and I will talk about distributed application and distributed computing, and then microservices. Then I go to my small introduction. Then I go to my project because it's important to understand the basics. So what is, maybe I take the laser pointer. Thank you. What is distributed application? According to the definition, distributed system, a collection of computing unit appears as a single system. So I take this cube image here because I find it very nice. If we have a cube here, we see this thing as one cube, but this cube is already made from small cubes. So all these small cubes are building one big cube, and this is the same. They are working together. They are connecting together to building for you one cube. So all this small unit this is distributed computing. In the past, the human has divided one computer when we have solved the problem, the computational problem in one computer. After that, we have money from this computer. Then we have connect them. Then we have to find now way to solve this computational problems in many computers, this is small computer. And after that, we begin with application. Application was one unit also, and we have also divided this application of many computers. And this is where coming from this distributed computing. So we have a small system are working together to build one system. So it's okay, but distributed system is difficult to design because they are non-deterministic nature. To understand this strange word, non-deterministic, if you are graduated from university now, this is no problem for you. If you are old man, you have forget the computer science things and so on, so you cannot know what is that non-deterministic. I will simplify it here with small example. So we have here three systems. We have computer 1, computer 2, computer 3. The first computer sending a message to the third computer or third system. He say you can, for example, do some sorting algorithm. You can begin with some calculation here, and this system begin with calculation. Then the first computer sending again a message or IP or call to the second one, do some work here. When he finished, he send a message again to the third system, and they begin to sorting these numbers and so on. And they give you the result. Everything is fine, looking very nice, looking very easy. But in reality, the world is not like that. Why? Because we have network here communication. Maybe the computer is defect. Maybe we have a problem. Maybe we had a latency problem, communication problem. Maybe a lot of a problem may happen between these systems because they are not really physically connected directly. Like we have one RAM, one CPU. They are with network are connected. So what's happened, for example, it might be having something like that. This computer sending the message now exactly, but the message coming to the third system too late. So this is the non-deterministic mean. You have one path here for executions, and here you have another path for the same problem, same example. And if you remember the Turing machine in the past, deterministic has also an execution path, and an indeterministic Turing machine have multiple execution paths. So that's why this is the reality distributed computing world. There is some ways, some tricks we can to solve this problem. If we have some that we don't send this message before this message is already sent to, but this is the nature of the problem. If we are do not do anything, we have this is the distributed computing. We have a problem with latency. We have to solve those problem. I put this man Lambert because I am following him. I recommend it also to read his papers and articles. He's Turing awarded 3 times, I think. And this is very famous. He did a lot of things in distributed computing, solve this asynchronous problem, distributed computer problem. So I put him always on my all presentation because I'm a fan of this man. I hope that you also read his article and you get some benefits from his theory. I'm currently building some application based on his mind and trying to solve the problems according to his paper. So that's why we have it in this presentation. So now after that, we are jumping to the other theme, it's microservices. Why I'm talking about microservices because because microservices is a way to solve those problems also. But this is the official definition for the microservices. Microservices is architectural style. So it's an architect to build an application as collection of services. So you are building application on these small things what we have seen in the past in the distributed computing blocks, now call it services. So the same thing here. They are high maintainability and testable. So each thing you can change it, you can modify it, each unit here. For example, if we have order service here and we have here customer service, I can change order service and update order service without to change the second one, the customer service. So each of the units or services can be tested alone, can be updated alone, and so on. So they are loosely coupled. They are independent, so you can deploy them independently. If this version 1, you can update this thing to version 2 if they are compatible. If you have tested everything, it should be working, no problem. So, and they are organized around the business capabilities. So it's the microservices is based also about you can do it like domain-driven design, so you can really bound it around your requirements or domain design principles. Owned by a small team. Each of these things we have talked, maybe this one will be order service, can be managed from 3 developers, and this is customer service to 1 developer, and so on. Each of these services, maybe you can divide your systems by a small team, and each team is responsible to do and small task in this microservices architect if you have a big application. I have added this is the microservices is one way to solve distributed computing. So why we have microservices? I told you before a few minutes, distributed computing is difficult. That's why microservices try to help us to solve this problem, because they are making some rules, some patterns for us. We have to follow this thing, and this is make this distributed computing problem for us more easy. So that's why I have bounded microservices with distributed computing. And before I continue that, I have seen in the past they are because many people are using microservices because they want to use it. For example, I don't think microservices is suited for all solution or for all problems. Microservices really, when you have a distributed computing problem, it will help you to solve that problem. If you have one machine, you are trying to create, for example, device solution, or in one computer, you don't have monolith. Application is wonderful, solve a lot of problems. We don't have to use it. So microservices, I will explain why we don't have to use it later in some use cases, in which use cases is suitable and very powerful. So microservices pain point. Why we have pain? Because when I compare it with the monolith, what we know from the past, I just have to check the chat if something right, anything, nothing. So I will continue. So, and the pain point. So it's increase the complexity for developer. You know, it's in the past you have everything in one CPU, in one RAM, in one hard disk. Now you have everything divided everywhere. You have many computers, so everything will be complex for the developer. Everything from A to Z. Nothing will be easy like in the past. Increase complexity for DevOps. Each computer have an API. If computers, you have to build everything together. You have to combine everything together. So it's more work for people who are doing this operation. Also DevOps. It's required serious experiences. It's really not easy. If you have in the past, we have this monolith application, everything one unit, everything is there, you can find everything. Now everything is divided. You have many choices, you have many tools, you have many things. So if you are not familiar with this thing, you are lost. Really, you have a problem. It needs your experience from you. You have to teach yourself. You have to learn everywhere. Unclear or not well-defined services boundaries. The problem in monolith application, we have everything in one computer, in one assembly. We can put in the domain. We can one also put in entities. We can one assembly put in the repositories. We can do that. We can do that. This is clear. We have each assembly in the project. We combine them, each DLL, and we can reference them. This is against the nature of microservices. Microservices has to be bounded correctly. For example, you have to, easy example, if you have orders and order service and customer service, each information for the order should be in one unit, and for customer should be in other unit. It's easy. This is very easy example, but in reality, if you have a complex system, you have to try to understand. It's very difficult. So the boundaries, you have to see the boundaries correct. You have to see where you have collection or cross boundaries and so on. You have to define it very well. Otherwise, you have many problems with data. State management and distributed transactions. How because it's distributed computing, how can I state management? How can I do my state? I mean here with state management, we will go with this term later also. I mean here with state management, if you are code executing many times, what I have, where I can cache my information currently for the current caller. I will explain it very good later. And with small example, it's just, this is, I mean, with state management, not database, I mean that just the state of the current execution path. And distributed transactions also very difficult in microservices, because the distributed transactions are now divided in many devices, and if devices one failing, if the devices the other one have problem, we have concurrency problem in one device, we get the tracks. How can we roll back the problem? How can we commit correctly? This is all questions that have to be answered with microservices, so not something easy. Now we jump directly. Microsoft recognized this problem before many times. Say microservices are very difficult. Distributed computing more difficult. We give you something magically. We will solve all your problem in your life, and we will offer for you something which help you to solve these problems more easy. So, and they are trying to offer something new, which offer you complete solution to solve this microservices problems in many ways. The first thing, this is the definition of the DAPR. It is a portable. I will read the definition, explain it very fast. I don't think I have many time. So it's a portable, mean you can just copy paste it in any system. You don't have to install it. Does not have any footprint. It's event driven. It's messages based architect. It's event driven. That means make it easy for the developer to build resilient. Very important term here. Resilient. It's mean your application might be partially failing. It's error tolerance. It's for example, if we're working in one system and subsystem is failing, or we have exception code somewhere, the system is not down. You don't have to start everything again. You can only down this services, start it again and continue with work. So very nice thing here. Very good term. This thing what we have here. So stateless and stateful. What does it mean? Stateless and stateful microservices. This is also a field. It's about state management, what I mentioned before. So if in object-oriented programming, I explain it now a little bit. What means state? When the caller coming to the method, you are caching some information, ID for the user or something like that, where I have to cache it. If you can cache it somewhere in your class or in your application, it is stateful. If you can, if not, it's stateless application. It's a design principle how you can do your application. So that you run, that DAPR can run on cloud. So and edge. We know cloud. What means cloud? We are in cloud summit, and what edge? Edge is mean on premise. So you can do it in your local computer. So it's what's mean. I can execute the DAPR on the cloud. I can do it as a service. I can make a computer on my office and installing everything, copying everything, and starting the DAPR on my computer. So I don't have to always be connected to the cloud. This is very good because in the past, Microsoft has given everything with Azure as a cloud, and after Internet of Things problems, they have changed this concept with Edge and on-premise. So this DAPR also offer you many language, you can do it with any programming language. You are completely, the power of this thing is decoupling everything. You are uncoupled from everything. You don't have to be binded to something. So we will see what that means in the next pages. So again, now event driven, we have talked about state management. You can change the state management anytime. So you have a configuration file. You can say, this time I want to use Redis. No, I will use Cosmos DB. In one text file, I can change where I have to store this information, cache information. So, and you have also a possibility to to configure your database, for example, strong, eventual, consistently, first, right? You can change everything with text. You can binding everything with your application. Business logic are completely separated from your infrastructure, and you can configure it with small lines code, and it's working. So you can run it natively on Kubernetes. It's multi-cloud. I am using Azure today. I can in one day changing the things configurations file. Now I am in Amazon services. So this is the point why our DAPR there. You can, in very easy way, changing your cloud vendor or changing your frameworks. This is the power where it's coming from. So it's very small things. Few MB, the DAPR executable files. You have a very nice debugging tool. You can run it on any platforms. You have a built-in distributing tracing. You can using many protocols to send messages and receive messages, and you can run it on computer just like application. You can run it on Docker. You can do everything with this thing. Very flexible. So this is the component, the main component what the DAPR are offering us, service invocation. So it's about what's mean service invocation. If you have a service, for example, a customer, and another service, for example, order, the service can call directly the other service. I will show that in the next page. You don't have to think about that many. So one service can calling the other service directly. State management, we have talked a little about that. How can that I will show it also in small example very fast soon. And publish and subscribe messaging. So we have a message bus. We can binding the application with publish and subscribe messages. Resources binding. If we have some trigger from outside world, from Kafka or something, we know to listen something, we can also binding with a few texts, binding to our application. We have distributed tracing. We can see the whole tracing. If you are doing distributed transactions or doing something, we can see the whole flow from A to Z, where the transaction going with what's happening with my call and so on, in very nice way. And this is the good thing. It support also actor model. I did not talk about actor model. I will talk later, but it's a very nice way to solve the concurrency problems. This is alternative can be used to solve also microservices problems. So we will see that later. Let's begin with very, very, very simple example, service invocation. I have, for example, this is a standard example from the Microsoft. And this services, customer services, for example, want to call, we have something here, it's the blue thing here, it's called sidecar. This is a pattern which we have used, and which allow you to be independent from code. What does that mean? If I have code here, C# or Scala or Go, any code, I can talk to my dapper. Any code can talk to my sidecar. So if these services want to talk to this service, customer want to talk to for example, to order, I send a message to my sidecar. I say, or I send the call. The sidecar sent to the other sidecar. He said, order service wants some information. Then he give the information back to his sidecar, and he give it back to the first sidecar and give it back to the caller. So it sound when I hear that, it sounds like where you are. You don't say this one, this here. You are going so thing, but they have made it very good, very light, and very powerful. So we have some workaround here. We have some overhead, but it's worth to do that because we are now independent from any code, from any programming language. And the concept here is working very fine for small things. We can live with this overhead. Should be no bigger problem. This is the service invocation, the state management. I have here, for example, I have also in my project, I will show it to you later how I have used it if I have enough time. So state management, if we have some information here, we want to put it in cache. You won't just use it now currently. You want to see the caller has used this ID or not. You can just using the Dapper application, you send it to the something called state management. This is state management, a component coming out of the box. You can configure it, change the configuration in the Dapper. It's working. You don't have to do something much. So everything you have out of the box, and then you can just put the information in this state management. And if you need it, you will come in, you can get it back like this way. In this way, this is my application order. I send the information to the store management as a state management, not database, as a state, just currently are doing something. And when I need this information back, I get it like that. Again, publish and subscribe messaging. It is very, this is nothing else than a message bus. So how can you are doing application? There's one way by messaging, distributed application. You send a message. For example, you begin a book flight, you are sending message, you say to the other services, hotel, now you can continue with your work. When he finished the work and doing the database work and registering everything and finishing the transaction, he say, yes, now you can continue with the second one until this thing is finished. So this is you can use publish messages is how the system are talking together, the services one with each other. So we have one way we can talk with service invocation directly. What we have is the first one. You can call the code directly from the other one with sidecar concept, or you can use this message bus, sending a message. The other one register the message and work on it. So we have two ways to communication. I told you about distributed computing. This is one way. For example, this is also an example from Microsoft side. If you have a calculator example here, you can see the call in graph way, or you can see it, for example, here in this way. You can see it. If I make an order, the customer make an order, you can get the product number, and you see which server is currently running, which time, how many take this operation, and when is the second operation is begin, and so on. You can see all this information in very nice way. You can you have a correlation ID automatically. You can follow the whole call chain to the end and check following back. So you can find the things easy. You are not lost because you have inbox or something are directly in the system doing this work for you. You don't have to do much work. Later, maybe you have to customize, but there is something where you have it. So about, again, to this actor model, this is about actor pattern. I will talk that, what is that exactly? So this is a mathematical way to solve a computation problem or distributed computation problem. So it is known before long years. We have already, in the past, we have many names, agents, and so on. It's coming with the new names every few years. But the concept is very easy. If you have object-oriented programming, if you are trying to solve the project, any problem with object-oriented programming, we have class calculator, we have method add, we have subtract, we have square, and so on. What we are doing, we're creating the class, and we are calling the methods, getting the result, and then the result going in this second one, and we're getting the result. And so we are working in this normally in object-oriented programming. Actor models is a way to build your system in robust for distributed computing. So we have something now, services, for example, or it's called actors in this case, actor one, adder, subtractor, and square, and so on. Each operation is now actors started automatically. It had a queue when the operation coming out, and we are talking with this thing with messages. We say now send message, and to the first actor. It's the same thing here to the add. And after that, we are sending the message again, the result with the other message to the second one. So they are something started with the application, the services, living and solving our problems. Why is different now than the classical way of the object-oriented programming? Because I told you it's have some FIFO, it's have some queued automatically the messages. For example, if this actor one sending a message here to the system, and the second one, sends at the same time he's working now with this message add, he's not completed, now he's sending add again. He have to wait until the first add is finished, then he will continue with the second add. So everything is safe, you are working in the same way, everything is fine. I am recommended also to use it. I have in my example, my shop use the both approach. I will show you if I have time enough, then we can see everything. And now again, there is another technology. It's called aka.net. It's very nice. You have to check it out by yourself. It's more powerful than we would have in Dapper, but we can, if you have time, if you want to see this technique, you can check it by yourself. There is some features are missing in Dapper. It's available in aka.net, so it's more powerful than the Dapper, but it is classically to solve the problem with actors patterns. So with Dapper, you can more flexible, do more things. So now we are about 30 minutes, and I think I just begin with my the shop idea. We have in C# corner discussing some discussion to create a very nice scalable online shop. It's an experiment. We are solving the problem one time with actors, and one time we are solving with the classical microservices architect. And how can we are comparing the two solutions between how we are, is that better? Is that more easy to solve the problem with actor patterns, or is this the classical microservices can solve the problems exactly in the same way, and it's not difficult. So the idea from the shop. So the shop is also based on the clean architect. At the beginning, I have in mind three, how can I make a good separation of concerns? So, and this term is very important. All this kind of architects, when you heard about software architect, clean architect, or hexagonal architect, or onion architect, they are talking about how can I make a clean separation of concerns for your business logic? How can your business logic be separated very well from the other world, from the interfaces, from the databases, from from other frameworks? So we have Dapper, which is portable in any operating system, very powerful. And we have the other side, we have something called a clean architect. We are combining this combination. We get something similar. We are combining these two, the Dapper framework with this architect, clean architect. We get something very clean. It's like Lego. You can really moving something, putting something else. You can do it in any operating system. You can do it on a cloud. You can do it because you Dapper offer everything. You can do it on Azure. You can do it on one computer. You can do it on premise. You can do it on edge. You have the second one, the clean architect, give you another possibility. You are not depending on any frameworks. So I will explain it later. So all these things are talking, if you hear about this thing, they are talking, how can I make your separation of concern? How can I separate your business logic from the outside world? So why we have decided for this clean architecture? Because you are independent from database. The Dapper offer you independent from databases, the architect, also the code also offer you to do that. So you can change the database with a few lines now. You are independent from frameworks because the idea of this clean architecture, the dependency coming from up to down. So I will explain it later. What's that exactly? But this is important to understand. So you are not independent, very independent to the frameworks. It helps you to be independent a little bit. I will show you exactly what's that mean. Effective testable, because you see here we have clear interfaces, you have use cases, and you have domains. It's very clear what we have. So and that's why clean architecture is wonderful to testing and independent from any external agencies like also frameworks. All business logic in one use case. So in use cases. So you have use cases here when we putting the whole business logic here. You can go to my project, open source project, and check it out how I am doing that. If I have time, I will show it. So the business logic is divided here, and in very clean way. You can find everything. When you are looking for something, you can find it very fast. Good monolith. So this is designed firstly for monolith, but we have in microservices, as when you see this cube thing at the first time, we have small thing, this unit in there, and all this unit is a small clean architect unit. So all from this, we see it as one monolith. So we can apply this in the microservices. We get something very, very nice. So which problem we have already solved? We have discussion already that we have something is hard to change, or decision are to taken too early. For example, you said I will use SQL Server to my project. After 1 week, after 3 months, you have found that the SQL Server costs maybe 10,000 euro, I think, the enterprise thing, and you don't want to pay this money for each version. So you have a really problem. You have to rebuild the application completely. No, in this way, because you are very the system is very flexible. You can change in few lines of SQL Server. This is a problem. The problem are solved now. The decision make too early because you was not thinking about the cost, and later you have found the problem. It's hard to change because you are the infrastructure now is depending on you. You are not depending anymore on infrastructure. I will show directly an example for that. So it's centered around the frameworks. It's centered around the database. So same idea here. Everything is built on my application logic. Not I am building. I don't use the framework. The framework using me. I will show it in the example also directly. So we focus on the technical effect. The problems also solve it. It's hard to find the thing because we have these use cases. The use cases is there. You can find everything from specification to your use cases. So it's not very hard to find. We have also solve a problem. Business logic is separated everywhere because its use cases really is like domain driven. They are collecting the thing together. The code will be very good combine it. And heavy test problems also solve it because you can't easily test the clean architecture. It's made to be very testable. So how can I get this clean architect? It sounds very nice, but it's the only words. But how can I do something like that? This is not easy to how can I realize that thing? The key or the solution by using this dependencies on inversion or all this architecture, they are trying to get loosely coupled application. Your business application on your tools, your business as your non-functional requirement, your database, your UI, to make it separated. So and the key is really by dependency inversion principle. How can we do that? We will see it directly. So the definition about that. A high-level models should be not depend on low-level models. Both should be depend on abstraction. Abstraction not depend on details. Details should be depend on abstraction. So I don't understand it also from this text. What that's mean for me? It's also hocus pocus thing. So let's get a small example to understand it very well. This is the past. What we have. This is layered application. So what we have user interface. The user interface referencing. The domain library, business logic. I have the functional requirement here. I have everything, calling, do something, store something in database, and I have here reference in the database on my assembly. So everything coming like that, and one is referencing the other. This is, we know it before 20 years, 30 years, it's applications, nothing new here. But the new idea, you say, no, this is the business logic here, the functional requirement, and all other things as depending on that. How we can do that? This is how can I do something that the database is depending on me? I am not depending on the database. How can I achieve the thing? The key in dependency inversion principle. So let's consider following example. I have only 10 minutes left. I think the time is coming. Compile service. For example, we have a customer service here and referencing some order repository. This is the order services. This is the code that in compile time that my code now currently in my architect, my application are calling this code from the other assembly or other services. I'm doing like that. Repository, create customer ID and creating this thing, and we have it. So this is how it's currently working with layered application. In runtime looking like that, this assembly, referencing this assembly, and calling the code from up to down. So this assembly is referencing the second one. So in runtime and in depending and in compile time, the code is depending. The code is linked, and then after that, the assembly is linked. Now the idea now, look to this thing. This is the same customer service. I will put only the repository interface. If you see, I have in the past, I have called it the repository itself. I can have the interface, but I have the repository itself. I will put the order repository in the customer service, only the repository, not the code. And I will implement the order repository in the persistence. So this will reference only the repository. My code will talk to the repository interface. Only the interface is important. Here is the point. And this one, he will referencing only the interface, referencing the whole assembly. So now the order persistence service is nothing except entity framework and SQL Server or MongoDB is nothing than persisting the data. This is only storing the data. And here's the logic. I have to prepare something, then I have save it, then I have load it. When you see now the database is depending on me, I am not anymore depending on the database. So this, the order repository can be in the customer service, only the interface, and the implementation of this interface is in this repo in the correct way or in the correct place where the database are. So what we have in runtime, this is the assembly of this customer services. And you see, we have this customer services, and we have only the interface. The code is be managed automatically or together, and from the other assembly. Now, if I want to change this thing from SQL Server to, for example, PostSQL or something else, I don't have to change anything in my business logic. I just have to change the repository. I just have to change this here where the persistence are coming. So business logic will not change. Only the persistence layer will be changed. This is the main idea, the whole idea, what we are doing, or what we are concept, whatever the name is. They are trying to separate you. Any architect, they are from this what I have mentioned above, they are trying to separate your business logic from the code, and they are using the same trick. So now back to our project. I have a few minutes now to talk about this experiment. This is in GitHub. You can find it here. I'm happy if I see it's for C# Corner or developed. I'm happy if I see someone or any joining or any likes in the project. So the idea of this project currently, we will do it one. This is a microservices architect. This is not the actors architect, the classical one. We have the store application. This is the architect overview. The store application, we can, for example, any admin can add here some items, some products to the store, and the user can log in. I did not write the login services. There are already user services and login services that they are not important currently for this stuff. So the user can log in, can find some data, some product, can search in something, and can make a basket for the user or for the customer. And we have something he can now process an order. He have own database here, and now he can send or make an order. And he calling again. This is event. He sending an event message to the order. He said, you can now. I want to buy this thing. Please pay that. So now the orders are locked. The orders cannot be changed because you have something in basket. Either you have to pay it or to cancel. Now he will get some information about payment. Put your Visa card, put your payment information. If that information is finished correctly, then we have to update the store because we have lost some items now, or we have to update the account number of the current product. If this thing not finished and we release the basket again. If this thing not finished correctly, we have a problem in the payment, or we have problem anywhere, then this thing coming back to the basket and say, currently we cannot process your payment because we have a problem in the order, or we don't have enough money. So this is the idea about the project. The project is on GitHub. You can see it here. So I don't have enough time to explain everything. Sorry, but you can check it out by yourself. I have written 3 articles about that. It's easy to find. How can you quick starting? Maybe I just click it. You don't have to do only this thing here. And then you can quick starting. Then I have first article. All articles are available also on C# Corner. The architect, the idea, how I have did it exactly, and who I did it exactly, and the whole explanation here. What I have explained today also again, but in more details, in more example. I have it. You can see the code by yourself. You can see the dependency. So the application, the infrastructure should be dependent on this. So you find this assembly and this assembly, I can show it to you, or not the else, and so on. So, and this is the first article. You can read it. And as I told you, it's available on C# Corner with update, with more description there. And the second article, I have 3 articles about the shop written. It's very, very useful if you want to do with this thing, anything. You have to figure out how things correctly work it. And before I show the code, how it's working, I will check Simon, what he said about the time.
Bassam, I think it's time to wrap.
Okay, so it's finished. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Right, Bassam, that was absolutely amazing session. You covered a lot in just about 40 minutes, right? You're taking an example and then explaining around it. Absolutely lovely. We'll take one question, then we'll move to the next session.
Okay.
That's by Amol. Amol is asking regarding distributed tracing slide you showed. Is it from Azure Application Map or from Azure Application Insight?
So it's from, I think from what I have checked from Azure Application Map. What I have checked, I have to check also the configuration. I didn't have time to show everything that, but maybe if you check it by yourself, also the people who are asking, he can go to the project and check it in the TIE file in this components file.
All right. The other one is, can I refer same model class NuGet reference into different microservices as it uses same models to avoid code duplication?
Yes, this is, it's really, it's a discussion. We have discussed it many times. Do we have, microservices allow code duplication? Should be no problem. But if this now the thing is change it, and for one microservices, should I change it for the next microservices? That bring us to the original problem. And the original problem say if any microservices should be coupled, not depend on each other. If we building something, some code are depending two microservices, then we have the same problem here. It's really long discussion. Some people say yes, some people say no. From my experience, I built some infrastructure things, which really common, can be shared, but I have to be sure if this thing changed or something that not breaking the whole concept of the microservices, that all microservices are broken. So this is very, very, very good question. But
all right, yeah, that's great. Absolutely amazing. But any final thing you want to plug in before we move to next session?
I would thank you all. Thank you for joining. Thank you, Simon. Hope to see you and New Delhi next time when the COVID-19 is gone. Okay.
All right. Thank you, Bassam. Really appreciate it. We'd love to have you back when things are fine. And have a nice day.
Bye.
Bye. All right, with that, we move to our next session, and I'm really excited for the next session because if I go and look at the title of the next session, it says building your personal online brand using Static Blazor web apps. So usually these are two very different topics, right? Static Blazor apps, then you build your own personal brand online. So they're two different topics, but so I'm really excited and looking forward for this session. And joining us for this session is Microsoft MVP. Stacy, and without any further ado, let's invite her to Cloud Summit 2021. Hi, Stacy. Welcome to Cloud Summit 2021.
Hi. Thank you so much for having me. That was an amazing intro. I wasn't expecting that.
Can you believe it, Stacy? We have made it for all 150 speakers. Can you believe
You've been
that?
busy.
Yeah. So how are you doing, Stacy? You're joining us from Netherlands.
Yeah, it's not too bad. It's nice, beautiful weather here. It's been able to get out to the dunes, and I actually returned from my first in-person conference in Zurich last week. So I'm just starting to get out there again and actually, seeing people. It's really good fun.
I did see. Was it Azure Thursdays or something?
Yeah. I did the Azure Thursdays meetup. I did that sort of 4 days before I left for Zurich, and I did this session. But it is so weird doing it to people and not a camera. It's kind of the opposite that it was a year and a half ago, when instead of seeing people, all I see is this camera in front of me.
Yeah.
And then this was more, you're busy typing away and you're showing stuff, and then all of a sudden you just see the audience over the top of the monitor. It's like, there's people here.
Yeah. Why so many people looking at me? All right, Stacy, I have your screen shared. I'm going to add it to the stream. I'm really excited and looking forward for a session. Next 40 minutes is all yours, and we're going to do chit chat towards the end of the session.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. So, hello, everybody, and thank you so much for joining me here. So, building your own brand with Static Blazor Apps. Well, It kind of started for me mid last yearish. I saw a tweet come across my timeline that said, if you blog and you are using somebody else's network rather than your own, whether that's Medium, whether that's Dev.to, or whatever platform you use, then no matter how good that platform is, you are using your time and your energy and your skills to build up somebody else's network rather than building up your own brand. Now, personally, I use Dev.to and I find it a fantastic platform. I'm not planning on leaving anytime soon, but I still thought they kind of have a point. And so I thought, okay, let's see whether or not I can do something and make my own domain, my own place, and build up my own brand. So I went out and I brought a domain. In fact, I brought 3 domains because whoever stops at 1. And I managed to get stacyclouds.net, .com, and .dev. And then I did nothing. Because I think many of us know that buying a domain and using a domain, they're kind of 2 different hobbies. The thing that stopped me in this particular case was the eating the elephant problem. I didn't want to just deploy WordPress to my own domain. I didn't want to do anything that was just simple. I wanted to make life complex for myself. I wanted to use my own place on the net to show what I can do, to practice, to use new technologies, to learn new things. But if I am doing that, if I'm building my own website, then it means that I have to build my own website. I need to build something to display blog posts. I need to build something to edit blog posts. I need to have authentication on there because if I'm editing blog posts, then I want to make sure it's me. It has to look awesome, of course, and many other things besides. And that's an elephant problem. If you want to do this, and it's this big, massive thing, and you've got to do it all at once. So I kind of did nothing with it for a while, but then I started to play with Blazor client-side apps. And I also started to play with Azure Static Web Apps, which at the time were in preview. Thankfully, they're general availability now. And I started to see some real possibilities here of what I could do. You see, in my day-to-day work, I use Angular for the front-end development, but by trade, I'm a C# developer. And I thought, it'd be kind of nice to try everything in one language and also to learn some Blazor, get a new arrow for my quiver so that I can do more things and, again, learn new things, exactly what I wanted to do. And so I scaffolded up a new solution. I thought, it's not the nicest thing in the world, but I can use it. It's a start. And then if I use the static web apps to deploy it, then I also get Azure Functions. So not only can I deploy the static Blazor files easily, I can also use Azure Functions in order to get my dynamic data, keep it all in one Azure resource to make it easy to manage. It's, project website for me. It doesn't need to take up all of my time. And then, I don't need a web server. I don't need to keep track of the functions. I don't need to worry about cores. Everything just runs out of the box. And so I started to build my own website. It's a work in progress. It will be a work in progress for a long time. It might even be a work in progress forever. You never know. Add new functionality when I've just got an hour or 2 to play with it. But in doing this, I can use those static web apps, use that Blazor WASM application and some Azure functions to tell the world who I am. So who am I? I'm Stacy Cashmore. I'm Tech Explorer DevOps at Omniplan in Amsterdam in the Netherlands. And I've been developing software since the mid-1990s. And as was said, I am a Microsoft MVP for developer technologies. So what we're going to do today is just go through those first steps that I took in order to get my website into production. We're going to start an application from scratch. We're going to get it deployed. We're going to look at custom domains. And we're going to see if we can introduce just something to say who we are. So first thing that we need to do is we need to go to Visual Studio because, of course, we need to make our static web app. So we're going to make a new application here, and we want a new project. Come on, computer, you can do this. I know you're sharing a screen, but it's not that hard. We want a Blazor WebAssembly app, and we're going to call it client, because this is going to be our client app. Now, I'm using this name because it makes static web apps easier out of the box. It doesn't have to be this name, but it just allows you to do things a little bit quicker. On top of that, in order to make sure that my repo gets picked up properly and I can push it to GitHub, my code needs to go in a very particular location, and I also need to give the solution a particular name. So let's bring those across. Blazor Talk Demo, because naming's hard, so we always pick the worst ones. I'm going to be running against .NET 5 right now. I'm not going to go to 6 just yet. We're not going to worry about authentication to start with. We are going to configure for HTTPS. We are not going to be hosting this inside of an ASP.NET Core application because we want those static files that we can serve. We don't want to run this on a web server. And Progressive Web App, we're not doing anything with that, so we're going to leave that blank for now. Let's create that and get that scaffolded up. The other thing that we need to do when this is scaffolded, we're going to need to add an Azure function so that we can get the data from the back end to the front end. So now that this is created, let's see whether or not Visual Studio is going to let me add a second new project. That's going to be an Azure function. And this is going to be called API because it's the API to my client app. Makes sense, right? Let's create this, and we want a HTTP trigger, of course, which is the only type of trigger that you can have in some of the static web apps. And it's also the one that we need because we want to get data from the back to the front. So when you get this out of the box, anybody who's seen a scaffolded Blazor application, you're going to know that you get 3 pages. You get an index page. This is the page that you land on when you open your app. Tell the world who you are. You get a counter page, and this is just showing you how you can interact with your code behind from your HTML. And then we have the one that we're going to find most interesting to start with today, the fetch data page. So what this does, if we scroll down, let me just make this ever so slightly bigger for you so that make sure it's easy to read over the net. This gets data from a sample data JSON file that gets scaffolded up with the project template. And it just literally contains a list of weather forecasts. And then we're going to put those on the screen in a table to show the weather for the next few days or whatever. First thing that we're going to do to show how to get these things working is we're going to replace this weather JSON with a call to an Azure function. So first thing I'm going to do in order to get this work is write the function. Now, I absolutely hate having something in my code base called function1, so let's just change that to weather forecast. And then because you don't want to spend the next 37 minutes watching me do typo after typo, I've got some code snippets that I'm going to bring over, but I'll walk through them with you as we create them. So this function, it's really simple, it's really small. It is a HTTP GET, which is going to run on weather-forecast, so API/weather-forecast. And we are going to return this list or this array of dynamic objects. And all these do is simulate that JSON file so that we can just interchange it with that JSON file in the client and show the data on the screen. So now we have our function, we need to use it. And for that one, we're going to change our fetch data page. And this line 42 here, we're just going to replace that sample data, go into our API weather forecast. Now, the really cool thing here, I can deploy this into a static web app and it will just work for us. And that happens because the static web app will proxy the calls so that even though we have a Blazor application and an Azure function running separately, to the outside world, it's all on the same URL. Now that's awesome, but we can't run it locally right now. And we can't run it locally right now because they are running on 2 different ports in 2 different places, which means that we do need to get that cause working and we need to know where to get the data from because it's not going to be the same place as normal. Now there's a couple of ways to do this, and I'm going to try and run through both of them with you. So the first one we're going to do is set up our Visual Studio solution to run on F5 for us. First thing we're going to be doing is inside of www.root, we are going to be adding a new item. And that new item is going to be a JSON file. You're going to see a lot of JSON files today. And that's going to be app settings development.json. And we're only going to have one app setting in there for now. And that's going to be the API prefix. Where is my API? And we're going to point that to localhost 7071, the default for an Azure function. Now we have this, but our application doesn't know how to use it yet. For that one, we're going to go into Program CS, and we're going to change this line 20. And what we're going to do is add this builder configuration here. So we're going to say, if I have a configuration for API prefix, use it. That is where I want my HTTP client, which I'm going to put into my dependency injection container. That is where I want that to look for our API. If I don't have any builder configuration, then just use my base address. And this means when we run it locally, we're going to get that local host. When we run it inside of Azure, it's going to go to the right place. Now, this is fine. This is all going to work, but we're going to get cause errors because we're on those two different port numbers. So let's solve that last problem, and then we'll see it in action. So inside of my API, inside the properties folder, we're going to add a new item, which is going to be a JSON item. If I can type it, see, this is why I have code snippets. And we're going to call that launch settings.json. So how do I want to launch my function? And here we're just going to make a profile for the API that says, when I start my project, for cause, allow everything. Now, this is only going to run on my local machine. It's not going to affect how it runs inside of Azure, but it just means that I can connect it from whatever front end I want, and I can debug between the two. Last thing, of course, which I always forget, this time I almost forgot, is to set our startup projects, because obviously both of these projects need to run if we're going to make them work. So we'll just start both of these. And now, if my computer plays ball, we should be able to see our application working, and I should be able to show you that communication coming across. So the good side, it's starting the Azure Storage emulator. We have our functions running there, and we even have a browser starting up for our application. So here's our Blazor app. Like I say, anybody who's newed up one of these before, you're going to recognize all of this. We have our counter. And then for our fetch data, we have that weather forecast, which, if we look in the headers, is coming from localhost 7071. We can now develop this, we can debug this, and we can work with it. However, it is a little bit long-winded, and you are running it differently to how it runs in Azure. And towards the end of last year, we had the Static Web App CLI become available to us. And I want to show you how to use that now, because that is my inner loop for development that I use right now. And it just makes life that little bit simpler. So all that stuff that I've just added, I'm going to remove. So let's get rid of this launch settings. Let's get rid of these app settings. And finally, let's get rid of this builder configuration. So if I ran this now, it wouldn't work. But what I can do now instead is I can go to a terminal window, and I can run this command. So we have SWA, Static Web App. We want to start it. Our client is going to be running on localhost 5000, and our API is available in our /API directory. Last thing we want to do is, before we start our Static Web App, we want to run .NET Watch Run, so watch my project, which is located in the client directory. So let's paste that and run it up. Let's hope that Static Web App works for me. Sometimes you have to run it twice because some things take longer than you'd like. But fingers crossed this is going to work for us. And there we have it. So if we go to this URL now, and I'm going to need to go back to Chrome here. Let's paste this in. Here's the app again, and we have this counter still. But now if I go to fetch data, we still have this weather forecast. It is still displaying as it should. But if we look at the header, it's coming from exactly the same URL as our client app is running. So this is going to be running almost like it does in Azure. Now, there is so much more stuff that the static web app CLI will do for you. That is an entirely different talk. But I'd recommend taking a look at it if you're working with this technology, because it will help your inner loop tremendously. So we now have this really, really boring, simple application. But let's deploy it into Azure. So first thing we need to do is push it up to GitHub. So we've added client and API. So let's push that up. Come on, you got a big pipe now to push data up. This should work. I upgraded my internet connection this week. So either it's going to be awesome because I've got an amazing speed, or it's going to be awful because things die. So inside of my GitHub portal now, we have that app, we have that client, we just need to deploy it. For that, we're going to go to the Azure portal. I've already made a resource group for this, and what I'm going to do is click on this Create button to add a static web app. So we want to search for the static web app. We're going to create that. I'm on the right subscription and resource group. I would always recommend checking these because they should be right if you create things from your resource group, but I have seen sometimes Azure doesn't do it for you. We need to give it a name. And the thing that I love about static web apps for the naming is, unlike a web app, this doesn't have to be unique inside of Azure. You are going to get a URL given to you when you create this resource. So as long as it's unique inside of your resource group, you can keep to whatever naming convention you want and know that you're not going to have a data clash with somebody else out there in the world. Now, we have two different types of plans for this. We have a free plan and we have a standard plan. The standard plan gives you access to more networking resources inside of Azure. It gives you 5 staging slots, and I think it gives you 5 custom domains as well. And the free app only gives you 2 domains, 2 staging slots, I believe, something like that. The standard is not expensive. It's only like €7 per month. But for my personal website and for playing with it, I always use the free because it does everything I need it to do. I'm located in the Netherlands, so I'm going to be running this in West Europe. And then I'm deploying from GitHub. Now, you can deploy from other places too, but there is such a nice process from GitHub. It's going to create my CI/CD pipeline for me when it creates the app. Now, I'm going to sign into GitHub for this, and I apologize because I'm doing this on a separate screen. Always remember your security when you're sharing your screen. And now we get to pick what we want to deploy. So I only have one organization. I want my Blazor Talk demo. And I want to, sorry about this, my phone's on silent, but my iPad has decided to ring instead. And I want to deploy my main branch. So let's create this. Now, another really nice thing about static web apps, they are super, super, super quick to deploy. Whereas some things might take 5 minutes or more, this is done already. So we can go into our static web app. And like I say, you get a URL given to you. And I adore these URLs. So we have the nice ocean here, so relaxing. And if we open that up in a separate tab, we will see your Azure static web app is live and waiting for your content so we can get going with this. How does that content get there? Well, for that, we need to come back to our GitHub account. If I refresh the page, you can see that this workflows folder has been created. And we now have an action which runs on a push to main, which is going to deploy my static web app for me. Now, this will also allow you to use staging slots for pull requests and things. And we're not going to have time for that today, I'm afraid, but know that they're there. And every time I make a change to main, it will update production for me. And then it dies. Awesome. Why has it died? This is always good fun when it dies on a cannot detect language from repo. That's interesting. What did I do wrong? I know what I did wrong. I forgot to run a step. I forgot to say that I was building a Blazor application. Let's check this workflow file and quickly fix it for us. My application. This is the workflow file that you get out of the box. And these 3 points are the ones that you need to worry about. So I want to deploy my app from client. I want to deploy my API from API. And I want my output location to be www root. Now, if you select and do it right, and like I did because someone was calling me on my iPad, then you will see that Azure gives you by default client and API as the locations for your client and API. And that's why I have used that specific naming in my project. Just keeps things simpler. Output location for C#, I've noticed this doesn't really matter too much. If you're using Angular as your client application, then it's a little bit more complicated. So you're going to need to look into that a little bit more. So let's commit this and say fix concentration error. Make the changes. And hopefully now if I go to actions, we see that a second workflow has started off. And yeah, fingers crossed this one actually runs. What we're going to do when we know that this is running as it's supposed to, we're going to go back to our web app and we are going to start to actually bring in something to tell the world who I am. So what we're going to do is have a look at my dev.to account, and we are going to get a summary of all of my blog posts that I published. We're going to bring that into our client, and we are going to make links out to dev.to for each of my blog posts. Remember, this is only the first step on our journey, and it just allows us to share with the world who we are without building too much at one time. Now, that's doing something. Are you actually going to run? Please tell me you're going to run. Yeah. You're doing stuff. .NET version 5.4, so it knows we're building .NET. We should be okay now. Should be in the operative word, of course. So the first thing that we want to do when we create our static web app is we want to make it a little bit more about us. So let's start with a little bit of cleanup. We don't need this weather forecast get because we're not going to be using that on our site. I don't care about the counter page anymore. I don't care about the fetch data page anymore. And since I've got rid of those pages, we also have this nav menu. You may notice there was a menu on the side that I could click on to get to my pages. Well, I don't need the nav link for counter or fetch data anymore, so we'll clean that one up too. The other thing I want to do is make my index page a little bit more about me. So let's just change that to Hello Cloud Summit. And rather than having a link to a Blazor survey, we're just going to put, how to build your own brand on the web, one step at a time, our homepage, where we can say a little bit about ourselves. Just something that's better than it was. This isn't great, but it's better than it was. So now we can actually get our data. And I just want to show you the API that we're going to be using. This is direct from dev.to. You don't need an account to use this. Come on. Copy the link, please. Okay. You don't need an account to use this. You don't need to log in as a developer to use this, I should say. It's an open API. And like I say, it just gets the summary data for your blog posts. So this is what we're going to be using inside of our application. So first things first, let's get the data into our application. And for that, we're going to be doing something inside of our Azure functions. So step one, we need to know the model of the data that we're getting. So we're going to add a new folder here because I like to keep my code slightly neat. Models, and we're going to add two models here. We're going to add the model that we want to send to our website, and we're going to add the model that we expect to get from dev.to. So these are both relatively simple classes. So we have ID, blog URL, title, description, cover image, when it was published, just the base things that we might use in a list. Then we have the second one from dev.to. Let's bring that one across. And this one is kind of similar, but kind of different. And you can see here we have this JSON property name because that data that we've got, it doesn't fit nicely in the way that I want to organize my data inside of C#. We have underscores in there, and you know what? Let's just use these JSON property names, but make our object properties something that we want to work with. Now we need to convert between the two of these. Now, in a production environment, I'm probably going to be using something like Automapper for this. However, that takes time to set up. So in a demonstration, I'm just going to do it manually, very, very quickly and dirtily. So we're going to bring across a blog post summary adapter. That's going to take in a string of JSON input. It's going to deserialize that to an IEnumerable of that dev2 blog post summaries. And then we're just going to simply, for every one of those, we're going to create one of our text post summaries and return that as an array. Last step we need to do here is just make our new Azure function that's going to pull all this together and run for us. So we want to add a new Azure function. Let's just call that blog posts. And we want this to be, again, a HTTP trigger. And it's not the most complex function in the world still. It's still a get on the blog post route. And what we do is new up a HTTP client. Yeah, should I do this in dependency injection? Maybe, but for a demo, this is quick. We're just going to get everything from my username. You could make this a parameter, of course, so you could make it different in the future. And then we just convert what we get back using that blog post summary adapter that we've just made, and we return that to the front end. This is all that we need to do for our API. So let's close all of this to keep it neat, because now we need to go back into our front end and we need to pull this data into our Blazor application. So for that one, the first thing that we need to do is add a models directory, because we need to know what type of data we're going to get from our API. Now, for my own website, I put this into a second project that I can share between the two, because it should always be in sync. Again, for the demo, it's kind of quicker not to do that, so I'm not doing it. So let's add a new class here. And just bring that across. Spot the deliberate mistake if you can in this class. But we have the same data available to us, that ID, blog URL, title, description, cover image, and the published at date. Now we need to actually use it. And to use it, we're going to introduce a Blazor service. So again, I'm going to add a new folder because I like to keep things organized. And inside of there, we're going to make a blog post summary service. And this is going to make sure that we can inject the data into the components that we want to, and also make sure that we're not doing too many calls to the API, because we want to be a little bit efficient in what we're doing. So for this blog post summary service, we are injecting this HTTP client. We saw that earlier on in the program.cs. We have at the bottom here a property, summaries, and we have one method, load summaries. And what this does is say, if my public property is null, if it hasn't been filled yet, or if I've said, no, I really want you to refresh the data, then go away to HTTP and get everything from blog posts. If you already have summaries, of course, this never gets called, and we have a lightning fast application. The last thing that we need to do to make this work for our app is add it into our dependency injection. So back into our program.cs, and we're just adding it as a scope service, and we'll just do control dot to bring up the using there to make sure that everything compiles. So now we have the data available to us. Now we can put it on the screen. This is where it starts to get interesting. Now, what we're going to do here, we're going to add a new page, and that new page is going to use a service we've just created. And we're going to put our blog post on the screen using a component that deals with the display. So first thing that I want to do is just bring across, or just make a new page. So inside of here, we'll say add new Razor component, not Razor page, Razor component. And we want to call that blog posts. And you've guessed it, I've got some markup to bring in. So we have this page directive at the top just to say this is a page. You can map to this directly if someone calls blog posts. And then we have this service.summaries, the one that we've just made. If that's null, show loading. If it's not null, then for every summary that we have, pass it to this blog post summary component so we can display it on the screen. You can see lots of red squiggly lines here, so let's get those fixed. Number one, we're going to add a code behind to this. Now, do you need code behinds in Blazor? No, you can put everything on the page, but personally, I like having a code behind for some things. It's kind of a personal preference, whatever works for you. If you use the same naming convention as a Razor page, so blogpost.razor.cs, Visual Studio is awesome, and it's going to group everything so it's easy to find. This also works for CSS files. We're going to bring some code across, and here we are injecting our blog post summary service. You may notice we don't have a constructor because it's that Razor component, so we have to inject it using this attribute. And then on initialized async, we just say load summaries, but if you've already got them, don't bother refreshing. So if we go back to our Razor page now, we can see that our services worked. The only thing that we've got to do now is get this blog post summary component. So again, I want a new folder here for my components. I want to be able to type. And we're going to add that really simple component that I was talking about, that blog post summary. And again, the same as a page, that's just a Razor component, only we're not going to tell it that it can also be a page. And for this one, we're not going to do a code behind because the only code we have is so simple, it's kind of wasteful. We have this parameter for the summary, and then we display it on the screen, the title, description, and the URL that we can link to because we want to be able to read this blog post. Now, if we go back to blog posts Razor, you can see actually we've still got this red line, and that's because we need a using statement to make this work. Now, I can put this at the top of the page, and you can see instantly this is in bold. It goes purple. We know that this is one of our components, but you don't want to be putting this in every single one of your Razor pages. So there is a better way of doing this, and that is in our imports.razor folder, we have a list of imports that goes into every single one of our components. So I'm just going to add at the bottom there, this client.component. Let's build that. And now you can see it still knows this summary component. We are good to go. One last thing that we need is a way to get to our list of blog posts. And for that, we're going to go back to our navigation menu, and we're just going to add in one of the links that we took out. So if we go to nav menu, and we're going to add in a link to blog posts. I don't like this plus, so I'm going to add this as document. And this is just going to let us be able to see what we're doing. So let me show you that working locally first of all. Now, the static web app, certainly for .NET 5, it can be a little bit temperamental if you make lots of changes to your code. So I'm just going to kill that, and I'm going to restart it. Have a look, how am I doing for time? 12 minutes left. We should be OK here. I apologize if I'm going through this a little bit quickly. There's a QR code at the end to the Microsoft Docs so that you can try this out for yourself if you wish. So we have our website again. If we go back to our web browser, and we go to home, and we refresh, we now have Hello Cloud Summit. And I didn't save code because I don't have my nav menu. Let me just quickly save my code. Now we have blog posts available to us. As you can see, that time it did refresh everything for us. We didn't have to restart our static web app there. We have my list of blog posts from dev.to, and when we click on the link, it opens in a new place, and it allows us to move forward. So, like I say, this is our first step in making our own place on the web. Now, I want to push this up to show you this working inside of Azure before we get to the end of the session. So let's just quickly do a git push. Add dev.to. Let's commit all and sync, because we're going to need to get that change that we had to the .github folder. And if we go back to our browser now, we should see, hopefully, that we have a new build kicked off. And we can see the last one worked by fixing my concentration error. So let's have a look at this. If we refresh this page now, in production, we have a web app. It is that easy to get this out into the world. And we can see we have our counter, which works. And if we bring across, again, my network tab, we can see that I have my weather forecast data, and it comes from the nice ocean. So we have our API working, we have our client working. There's two things missing here. One of them is we need to add a navigation fallback, which I'm not going to do for time reasons because I made the mistake earlier. And when you're running things locally, you are always running it inside of some kind of server. So if you go to your blog post page and you refresh, it's going to refresh and you're going to see everything and you're going to think, my website's awesome. On the other hand, when you deploy this into a static web app, which literally does not have a server running in front of it, and you hit refresh, you're going to get a 404 error because that fetch data page, it only exists inside of Blazor. So there is a way of doing this. You can look it up on the net. It's by using a static web app configuration.json file inside of your WW root. And that allows you to add the fallback. It also allows you to set up all of your routes, your authorizations, and gives you a lot more control over your application. As I'm not going to do that today for time-wise, but it's important for you to realize that it's out there. So the last thing that I do want to show you today, maybe last but one thing, is the URL. Because if I'm making my own brand on the web, I don't want it to be running under Nice Ocean. As much as that is an awesome web name, it's not my web name, and I don't want people to have to remember 033AF4603 in order to get somewhere. So let's add a custom URL. Now, I can't do that on the one that I've just created because I need to set things up with my DNS provider to make this work. But let me quickly add something here, and then I will go through it slowly so I can show you the steps that I've taken. So if we go to custom domains, let's add a new one, and I want www.stacyclouds.com. We'll do next, and we'll do add. I've done this really quickly because this can take a few seconds to work. Sometimes it takes like 30 seconds, sometimes it takes like 5 minutes. So we'll give it a little bit of extra time. But what we can do is go back to our Blazor static web app live demo. And let me show you what I've just done. So the first thing that you need to do is decide what your domain name is going to be. Now, like I say, out of the box, you get 2 domains that you can use. This is great because it means that I can use both stacy-clouds.net and www.stacy-clouds.net. Previously in preview, we could only use one, and it meant you had to do all sorts of tricks to get everything else working. Now, thankfully, we can do both at the same time. So say that we want to do what we just did. So stacyclouds.com. We have 2 ways of making a change here. We can either use a text record or a CNAME record. You need to add a record to your DNS for your custom domain. And then Azure is going to do a check for you. Now here the check fails because it says this domain isn't linked to this static web app, which it's not. It's linked to the other static web app. So that's perfectly valid error message. And it tells you that, you either need to clean it up, you need to wait, or you need to use a different domain. Now the other option is, what happens if I say stacyclouds.dev, my other URL? Well, here we get a different error message. And this error message is telling us that that CNAME record is invalid. Make sure a CNAME record has been created. Again, just telling us your DNS isn't set up properly. If you want to use this feature, you need to set up your DNS properly before you come back. If you do this right, then you're going to get the screen that we saw earlier for our custom domain, and it's adding that stacyclouds.com for us. So let's see whether or not our final app of the day has been deployed, and let's show it working in action. So the deploy is completed. I don't have fetch data anymore, so that one's definitely got to go. But now we have this Hello Cloud Summit. So this is our last application that we made. I have my blog post. It gets that list of blog posts. And again, it comes from Nice Ocean. And now when we want to see something, we can just click on it and open it up in a new page. So that is up and running in round about 40 minutes, including me making some daft mistakes at the start. How's our stacyclouds.com going? You know what? Sometimes it says it's still doing stuff even when it's not. So let's just see if this is actually working. It is working. Here is my hello world. So this is that application that I was telling you about. This really is the standard one that we had before. So there's nothing changed from the standard Blazor app here. And if we're going to our app, just to show you that it really is the same place, if I go to Yellow Beach, there's my application. Phew. So in 45 minutes-ish, what have we done? Well, we created that website, like I was saying. We've seen how to fetch data from an external source. We've seen how to set up our inner loop, both keeping it inside of Visual Studio and also external to Visual Studio using the static web app CLI, which, like I say, can do so much more. It can fake the authentication, which is baked into static web apps for us, and allow us to make that next step forward. We've deployed to a production environment. We've seen how to put a custom domain on here. We have some next steps that we need to take, of course. We need to make the website look pretty. This is still the CSS out of the box, but that's actual scaffolded solution. It's really flexible. I would just like to show you one last thing, and that is if I go to stacycloud.net, this is my website, which went through that same iteration that I've just shown you in the talk. And this is still using that same scaffolded Blazor solution. The only thing that I've done is spent a few hours playing around with the CSS in order to make it display in this way. So there's a lot of flexibility there that we can use, and you can really turn it into something that screams who you are. And of course, the other thing that we need to do is add more content. Right now, we're clicking on a link and we are opening up in a separate tab. What would be really cool is to click on that link and open up in the same tab on my website. It's something I've done for my own website, which you can see if you look at it. It's a fantastic next step to take from here. When you do it, remember about canonical URLs, because otherwise you're going to have duplicate content. Google hates that. But you can see the steps that we can take to move forward. Now, if this has sparked an interest for you, then the QR code on the screen right now will take you to the MS Learn for static web apps. I believe the example is possibly using Angular or something, but you can still go through the steps and figure out how to get this set up. If you've not been triggered into wanting to try out static web apps, still take a look at ms.learn, because the content there is an absolutely goldmine for us developers and is well worth some of your time investigating to try out new technology. Last thing I've got to say, I suppose, is thank you so much for your time today. I hope you've enjoyed this session. I hope you've enjoyed the conference to date, and I hope you enjoy the rest of it still to come.
All right, Stacy, what a power-packed 40 minutes, right? You started with what Azure Static Web Apps. Then I really like the story. I definitely connected when you said you buy domains and then working on domains. How many domains you still have pending that you have not used, Stacy? Be honest.
I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I've got about 6 that I'm not using yet, and I've got one which I'm using for email, but not for an actual website.
Yeah, we all have those domains parked that we're just not using it, right? And I really loved how you started with story building. And a quick thing, you did say that we have a free tier for Azure Static Web Apps, and we also have a paid one, right? You did talk about the differences, but what about the storage? How much storage will I get if I am on a free tier?
Honestly, I'm not sure, but if you're only deploying a static web app, then I can't imagine that you're ever going to run out of space just deploying your code there. What you need to remember is storage for your data is not included here. You get your static web app for the static files, you get your functions for the API, But if you want to talk to any kind of data storage, then you do need to take either the Azure storage account, the Cosmos DB, both of which are really cheap to get started with these days. So you're going to need something like that if you want to store data. Like I say, for the actual statics files, I honestly don't know how big you can do, but I honestly can't imagine that you're going to run out of it, even with a large website.
Yeah, that makes sense. If I'm getting if I have to buy a different storage for my databases, right? And as you said, for databases like Cosmos DB, it's free to get started. I think.
Yeah, is it up to 5 gig or something?
Yeah,
it's free.
But you know, Stacy, I think they updated it. I'm asking this question to everyone, that what is that updated space? I think in the recent build they updated it from maybe like 5 gig to 20 gigs. I don't know, but I'm sure it is 5 gig to get started at least. At least we get that. Yeah, we have one question from the comments. Maybe you like to take it. There's someone asking, how is it linking between static summary component with Blazor pages? I don't know if you can connect with it.
That link is done by using the using statement. So when you need to use that component, we add that using @client.components. And yeah, then you just use it. It's a class, basically. All of your Razor pages, when you run it, it gets turned into a class. So it's a classic using statement, and that's how it knows where to pick it up from. And you just access it using that Razor markup inside of your Razor file.
That's perfect. And Stacy, I did also see you mapping the domain towards the end, right? So with that domain, do we also get SSL, or we have to create one our own?
Yep, no, you get SSL, you get certificates for your SSL domains. That's a really nice one now that it's in general availability, and it's opened up to 2 different URLs. Seriously, last year in preview, I had my app pointed to www.stacyclouds.com, because in the preview you could only point to www. And then to make sure that stacy-clouds.com also worked, I had an Azure function with a really complex proxy file in order to pass everything through. And I always forgot to update the certificate for that one. That one you did have to upload your own certificates for. It was a nightmare. And now everything just kind of works out the box for you. It is a really nice new piece of functionality in Azure. It's what's got me most excited in Azure this year, for sure.
So you're saying that if I need to go ahead and at least use the free tier, I can actually go ahead. Do I need any credit cards, or do I need anything to pay?
You do need a credit card because you are signing up for an Azure account, and you always need a credit card for the Azure account.
Yeah, so if you have
but unless you go crazy on your function calls, you are not going to get charged on it. It's my site has been running in production for a year now on a paid account. I don't use my MVP subscription for my personal website.
Yeah, you never know. I have go away.
I have never, ever been charged for my website. Even with the demos that I've done on there, because I'm only using kind of like the base things in the one with my credit card, sometimes I will get bills each month for like 1 cent, but Microsoft wait until it's at like 15 cents before they actually take it off of your credit card.
That's very kind of them.
It is very kind of them.
All right, Stacy, that was an absolutely amazing session. I personally enjoyed it, and I was just looking forward for your session by just when we started the day. Any final thing you want to plug in before we move to the next session of the day?
I think the final one that if I'm allowed to do a little plug, if you look behind me, you see all of this awesome Lego. And every Sunday I have a Twitch stream where I build Lego, and that's going to branch out into live coding at some point over the next month or so. So if you want to see me build Lego, if you want to see me build websites, check out Stacy Clouds on Twitch. And yeah, I'll see you there.
Yeah, and with that said, I also dropped your Stacy Clouds Twitch URL in the comments. So go ahead and check out. Oh my goodness, I see some very cool live streams over there. That's interesting. All right, Sadie, thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate it. It was absolutely amazing session. We would love
Thank
to
you
have
so much
back.
for having me.
Yeah, so have a nice day. Thank you.
You too.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, what an amazing session by Stacy it was on Blazor Static Web Apps. And now we move back to the fundamentals of Azure SQL. Joining us now is Deepthi, who is SQL Database Administrator, MCT and MCSC. I'm hosting her for the second time in this year, which is absolutely amazing. In a year, I host, can you imagine? In a year, I host somewhere around 600 to 700 speakers. Oh my goodness. Okay, let's welcome our next speaker, Deepthi.
Hi, Stephen Simon. How are you?
Oh, I need to mute somewhere. Okay. Hi, Deepthi. Welcome to Cloud Summit
Hi,
2021.
I'm so honored to be here. Thank you so much for having me.
I'm so happy. I'm sorry for the background noise. I have some roadies in my neighbors. It's evening in India, right? So, it's getting a little noisy
I
when it's
know.
India.
I know it.
So how are things going? What time is it at your place?
It's 8:25 a.m.
Okay, that's a
Yeah.
little early, right? So that's
Yeah.
early. All right, Deepthi, I'm really excited for your session, your fundamentals of Azure SQL database. Feel free to go ahead and share your screen, and we're gonna do chit chat towards the end of the session.
Sure.
By the way, I like that drawing, the rainbow drawing that you have in the background.
My daughter did that. So I'm sharing my screen.
Yeah, I see it. Yes, I've added it to the stream. Maybe, and Deepthi, you would like to click on that hide stream that is sharing your screen, that hide button pop up on the screen bottom. Yeah,
Hi.
yeah, perfect. So Deepthi, next 25, 30, 40, 45 an hour is all yours.
Awesome. So I'm going ahead and getting started then. Hello everyone. Thank you so much for taking your time for attending Cloud Summit 2021. I'm so honored to be here. Thank you so much, Simon, and the team for giving me this wonderful opportunity. A couple of months ago, I started my Azure journey, and I thought I can document and then put the presentation together to share with you guys like what I followed, how I started my Azure SQL journey. So here I am to share fundamentals of Azure SQL database with you. So this is a basic session. If you wanted to start your Azure journey and are confused like, hey, where should I even start? This session is right for you. So let's get started. A little bit about me. I'm a database administrator with a couple of years of experience, about 7 years of experience in managing SQL Server and databases. I'm a Microsoft certified trainer and Microsoft certified solution expert. I did my master's in computer technology at Eastern Illinois University here in Chicago. And I do blog for dbanuggets.com. That's my website. And if you have any questions regarding this session later, please contact me at Twitter at dbanuggets is my user ID. So what are we going to cover in this session today? We are going to see the deployment options we have for this Azure and what all the service tiers we have underneath it. And we are going to see a simple demo, a very simple demo of how to start and create an Azure SQL database. And next, the key takeaways from the session. And the most important is the next steps, like what all resources you need to start your Azure journey from here. So why I started learning Azure in the first place? Because Azure is one of those cloud technologies that we currently have available, and many of the companies are planning to migrate to Azure very quickly as soon as possible. And I'm a DBA. I'm an on-prem DBA who is looking around, and my company wanted to move to the Azure as well as quickly as possible. So I'm here, wanted to learn Azure as well because I will be responsible for migrating all my on-prem databases to Azure. So many DBAs, including me, has thought like, if I move to Azure, will I lose my job because I'm an on-prem DBA? But the thing is, by doing the research, I came to know that our jobs are not going anywhere, but we are having more of those responsibilities, our responsibilities are going to expand. Some of the capabilities, like some of the jobs are going to taken care by Microsoft, like upgrades, patches, kind of thing. But as a DBA, as an on-cloud DBA, we are still going to take care of those responsibilities of optimizing the cost, and then um, uh, and security, and then monitoring the databases. All of those jobs are not going anywhere. We are still going to do those even when we are on Azure. And learning Azure will provide the great career opportunities. Like if you go and see all of those opportunities you have out there, um, employers are still looking for the potential candidate who can actually migrate those on-prem databases and servers to Azure. So if you learn Azure, if you started learning Azure right now, and if you get those certifications, because employers are looking for those potential candidates who have those certifications, where they can prove they can take those responsibility, and that will prove them that they can do the job. So it is like really important to start your journey right now, and then take on your journey and do those certifications and be ready for your Azure journey. So what are the deployment options we have? We have two types of services that are available in Azure, which is infrastructure as a service and the platform as a service. Under the infrastructure as a service, we have SQL Server on Azure Virtual Machine. Under the platform as a service, we have two options, Azure SQL Managed Instance and Azure SQL Database. Now let's go ahead and dive deep into each of these options. SQL Server on Azure Virtual Machine. It is just like the SQL Server on-prem. But what is the difference between SQL Server on-prem and SQL Server on Azure Virtual Machine? The difference is that Microsoft is going to take care of automated backups and security updates when you are on the Azure Virtual Machine. But when you are on-prem, you are going to take care of all of those. And the other differences are, like if you are on-prem and if you are on the older versions of SQL Server, you do not get those security updates anymore because the support is stopped for those older versions of SQL Server. But if you move your older versions of SQL Server onto the Azure virtual machines, you will still have that extended security updates for your older versions of SQL Server. Azure, like Microsoft, is going to support that if you are on Azure virtual machine. And if you wanted to move your SQL servers on Azure virtual machines, there are two type of ways where you can deploy them. One is manually, where you will install the Azure virtual machine and then go ahead and install SQL Server on it. But there is an easy way that you can deploy it by using images. So what are these images? Images are the prepackaged um, virtual machine and SQL Server versions in bundle. Like there are different type of combinations that you can just go ahead and uh, click on a single click on the image. Your Azure virtual machine will be installed, and by opening the Azure virtual machine, your SQL Server is already there. So it is a simple way to install your SQL servers on Azure virtual machines. And by using the images to install the SQL Server on Azure VM, you'll get an extension which is known as SQL IaaS extension, which is basically it is a free extension, by the way. It is used to help for the automate management and for the administrative task. But if you wanted to manually go ahead and install Azure virtual machine and then SQL Server manually, you will not get this IaaS extension. You have to manually go ahead and install it. And the other thing is, even though if you are on a SQL Server on Azure virtual machine, you still have that control on your operating system, as well as you can use all of those SQL Server instance level capabilities. But that is not the case with the other options. We are going to see that later. So I explained the images, right? With a single click, you can go ahead and install Azure VM as well as the SQL Server. So how do they look like? Like once you open the Azure virtual machine, the Microsoft Azure portal, you see the deployment options clearly here. The right side of your screen, you see SQL virtual machine. And under the SQL Server, SQL virtual machine, you have those different combinations of the versions um, under these images. You can go ahead and choose which one you want. Like the first option, if you see SQL Server 2019 on Windows Server 2019. Like there are different types of combinations. You can go ahead and check. Once you choose it and install it, everything will be installed with a single click. That's the image. Let's talk about the SQL managed instance. So what is the difference between the one which we talked about, SQL Server on Azure Virtual Machine, and the SQL Managed instance? The main difference is in the SQL Managed instance, you will not have the capability of controlling the operating system. But for the SQL Server on Azure Virtual Machine, you have the control over operating system as well as the instance level capabilities. But in the SQL managed instance, you have the control of all the features of the instance. So you can use the SQL Server agent, service broker, DB mail, link servers, etc. You use all of that, but Microsoft will be taking care of the control of operating system. So let's talk about the Azure SQL database. This is completely different, and this is what we are mainly focusing on in this session today. As the name itself says, Azure SQL database, all you get is a database. Because like this option is right when you are deploying a new application, like a modern cloud application, where you just need a database and you do not need other instance level capabilities or you do not want any control over the operating system. All you need is a database. Then you can choose the Azure SQL database. Once you choose this option, all you get is a database in the full recovery model. Now, why only full recovery model? Because that's how we'll get the highest service level agreement, where the database will be available up to 99.995%, very less downtime. And Azure SQL database will provide the space of up till 4 terabytes. But if your database is growing big, more than 4 terabytes, then you can go for the hyperscale. Hyperscale is a service tier that is available for the Azure SQL database, and it will support up till 100 terabytes of space. And as you only get Azure SQL database and you do not get any instance level capabilities, right? That's why you do not have any SQL Server agent as well. So let's do some of the comparisons of the features between Azure SQL database and Azure SQL managed instance. These are not all the features that I'm comparing, but I'm looking for some of the main ones. If you wanted to know all of the feature comparisons, please look into the document that I provided there. So let's see some of the differences. The change data capture is not available in Azure SQL database, but it's there in Azure SQL managed instance. The common language runtime, not available in Azure SQL database, but it's there in Azure SQL managed instance. The cross database, 3-part name queries like database name dot schema name dot table name will not be available for Azure SQL database. But it's there in managed instance. The cross database transactions, not there in Azure SQL database, but that will be, you can fix that by using the Elastic queries. And the database mail, as you only get the database and not the entire instance, of course, you do not get the database mail, but in Azure managed instance, you get it. The resource governor, not available in Azure SQL database. And automatic tuning is the special one that is available in Azure SQL database, which is like it will automatically tune and look for those unused indexes. It will monitor them and automatically it will drop the unused indexes. But you need to be careful while enabling this option because sometimes some of the reports or some of the queries only run at quarterly once or yearly twice. So you need to make sure that before enabling this option, you need to be careful of what indexes will be monitored. And you also have that query store options, that automatic um, automatic tuning for the query store as well, where it will automatically force and unforce the plan. Automatic tuning option, it is available under this option. It is especially available in Azure SQL database, but automatic tuning is not there in Azure managed instance. And as you know, Azure SQL database is only the database. You do not get the SQL Server agent. So what are the uses of Azure SQL database? Like I said, if you wanted to build the applications very quickly, if you are building any new cloud applications, Azure SQL database is right for you because it costs very less, especially because you are not buying any physical hardware, right? There is no need of patching, and it is versionless, and there is also, you do not have to go ahead and build high availabilities secondaries like you are building for your on-prem SQL servers. This particular built-in high availability is underneath in. You do not have to do anything. It is built in automatically behind the scenes for the high availability of the Azure SQL database. That is taken care by the Microsoft. And performance-wise, if you are on Azure SQL database, the performance will be high, scalability and security is also high because you have those private links that you can set up for the high security. So how can we deploy all of these three options, right? The deployment options we have talked about. There are a certain number of ways we can do that. Of course, we can do that we can deploy by using Azure portal, Azure command line interface, the famous ARM templates, and you can also deploy by using infrastructure as a code by using PowerShell, Pulumi, Terraform, or Bicep. But as this is a basic introductory sessions that we are discussing about today, we are going through the basic way to deploy the Azure SQL database by using Azure portal. So everything we touch in Azure is linked to a certain amount of cost, right? So how much does it cost? We all have these questions, especially when we are beginning. So there are two purchasing models that we have to know when we are moving to the Azure. The old model is the DTU model. This is the model. Why I said the old, because this DTU model is database transaction unit. This purchasing model has been introduced when they introduced Azure SQL database for the first time. So DTU is actually one database transaction unit is equal to one transaction according to Microsoft. So basically it is the bundle of resources together. The compute and the storage, memory, IO, storage, everything combined together comes under the DTU. So you cannot divide in between these resources. Everything is bundled together. So if you choose certain amount of DTU, that means you're already paying for all of these resources combinedly. No matter what, like if you use more of the memory but less amount of storage, you still have to pay for the entire DTU that you're choosing from. It is very easy to choose from. It has three basic tiers in it: basic, standard, and premium. As you are going from the left to right, like from basic, standard, and then premium, the performance of your queries also improves. Of course, the cost also improves, right? Increases. So when compared to the vCore model, this is the latest one which Microsoft suggests you to use. Basically, in the vCore, we can go ahead and separate the compute as well as the storage, but that is not available for the DTU model. And under the vCore, we have three tiers: general purpose, hyperscale, and business critical. We are going to discuss in these tiers in detail in the coming slides. And vCore model, you have this Azure hybrid benefit, especially under the vCore model. So what is this? Azure hybrid benefit meaning if you have on-prem servers, right? And if you are planning to move to Azure, and if you already have licenses for the on-prem, you can actually use those licenses. You can trade off those licenses for your Azure, where you can get the up till 40% of discount by trading in. That's Azure hybrid benefit. And there is also something known as a reserved capacity. If you can promise and reserve certain amount of resources ahead of time for up till 1 or up till 3 years, you like before before 3 years, if you can go ahead and promise that you are going to use those capacities, then you'll get you'll get the discount up till 40% again. And under the vCore model, SQL managed instance only have the option to choose vCore. You cannot choose DTU model for SQL managed instance. But for the Azure SQL database, you can use both of them, the DTU as well as vCore. Again, for the complete descriptions and for the complete comparisons, please follow the Microsoft Doc down below. So how does the DTU look like, right? In the Azure portal, once you look into the Azure portal, under the DTU, we have basic, standard, and premium. As I said, it looks like they are both different, the data max size and DTUs, but they work together. All the resources are combined together, make DTU. Under the vCore model, we have three tiers that I have discussed that we are going to see in detail. General purpose, hyperscale, and business critical. Under the vCore model, you can actually divide of how many, you can scale up and scale down those resources separately. And you can clearly see how much does it cost for estimated cost per month right here to your screen. It is a cost summary. So as you go ahead and scale up and scale down, those numbers will change, and it can clearly show you the estimated amount of cost for your number of vCores you are choosing. So under the service tiers, like we said, we are going to discuss here the general purpose, business critical, and hyperscale. General purpose, the name itself says it is generally available for the general purposes for most of the business users, and it is the lowest budget when compared with the other tiers. And with under the general purpose, you get only one primary, and you do not get any secondary standbys readily available. So if you wanted to move over, like if you wanted to go to the secondaries, it will take a couple of a couple of minutes to get that readily available, the standby, if you wanted to do the failover. And under the general purpose, you have serverless and serverless option as well. And under the general purpose, it can support until 80 vCores, and the database can be handled until 4 terabyte of space. As it says, it's for the general purpose and it's for the lowest cost, like it's a basic one. But when you come to the business critical, as you move from the left to right, even the price will also be increased because the features also be increased, like features also get added from left to right. So under the business critical, these are for the OLTP, in-memory OLTP systems, where you also wanted to do some reporting on the other servers. You wanted to have some special server just for the reporting purposes. Here, under the business critical, you have additional readable secondaries as well. And there is very low latencies when compared with the general purpose. But it is cost-wise, it is a little bit higher when compared with the general purpose. And it can handle up till 128 vCores, and the space is the same up till 4 terabytes. But the readable secondaries are the high availability is already inbuilt and readily available when you wanted to do the failover. But if you wanted to use for the highest space, like if your database is growing and if you wanted to get the space more than 4 terabytes, then hyperscale is the option. Hyperscale is a service tier which is only available for single Azure SQL database only. It is not available for the Azure virtual machine managed instance. So the storage can handle up till 100 terabytes. and it can do the point in time restores. And we have 4 readable replicas here, and it can handle up till 80 vCores. And for the again the complete descriptions and for the comparisons, please follow the Microsoft doc. So under the general purpose, right, under the vCore model, under the general purpose here, we have 2 different compute tiers again, that is provision as well as the serverless. So under the provision is for the workloads. You have the general workloads from the morning till night. You always have some or the other kind of workload on your databases. Then provision is the one which we have to use. But if you have any applications that you only use for certain amount of time in a day, and you do not want to use it, the connections won't use the database at certain amount of time. Like for example, from 8 p.m. until 6 a.m., our applications, nobody will be connecting to those applications. Like for example, the timesheets. In that case, serverless, you can use that compute tier where you can go ahead and pause the database in those timings where you're not using your applications or your users doesn't connect to the database. You can just go ahead and pause it. Now, what is the advantage of pausing it? You are only paying for the storage, but you are not paying for the other compute services. Like for the memory, you are not using for the other services, but you are only paying for the storage. So with the provision, right, as you are having the workload all the time, you have that fixed resources. Like no matter if you are using or not, you are going to still pay for those fixed resources. But what's the serverless, you will choose the minimum and maximum number of vCores. And even while there is a workload under the serverless option, it's still going to use in between the minimum and the maximum vCores. It will scale up and down between them. So we are only going to, that's the advantage of the serverless. If you are having the applications where you can pause at certain amount of times, then serverless, you can choose this compute tier. And some of the points that I have found out while I was trying to explore more onto the Azure SQL database, I tried to use database name like regularly, like we do on prime SQL servers, but it did not work. It failed. Now, why it failed? Because all we are getting is just the database, right? We do not know behind the scenes on which server it is located. So this use database won't work. So you can still put the database in the context on the top, like under the management studio. If you are using, you can just drop down and put your database in the context, but you cannot use the database name. And I'm sorry, my kids are here. You have to go. Okay, so once you move to the general purpose, to the business critical, to the hyperscale, right? So once you wanted to make the service tier to the hyperscale, you cannot change back to the general purpose or the business critical. That's the thing you have to remember. And once we move to the hyperscale, and once we set the maximum size, like we cannot set the maximum size when we move to the hyperscale. Microsoft is going to take care of that. It will add up 10 GB of chunks at a time if you are on hyperscale. So how do we create Azure SQL database? As I told you, we are going to, as is the fundamentals of Azure SQL database, we are going to do it in a simple way by using the Azure portal. So once you log into the portal.azure.com, you can see your subscription and details, right? So just go ahead and search for Azure SQL, or you can directly click under the Azure services if you find it, or you can search in the search bar, Azure SQL, hit enter. It will open up the Azure SQL site where you can go ahead and create the Azure SQL database. Click create, and under the select SQL deployment option, that we discussed, SQL database, SQL managed instance, and SQL virtual machine, you can go ahead and click on the SQL databases. Click create. And you have different tabs under the create SQL database. So let's look at each of the tab one at a time. Under the basics, you have to choose your subscription, and then you have to put the database under a resource group. So if you do not have a resources group, it is like a grouping of the resources that you create. So if you do not have a resource group already available, you can just go ahead and click create, give it a name for your resource group. I have given it as a demo. Click OK. Give your database name. So in order to create your database name, there are a couple of requirements here. That it do not have any special characters, or the length should be only 128 characters. Those kind of things you have to make sure. Click the database, create the database name, and then as you create the Azure SQL database, all you get is a database, right? But how do you connect if you wanted to connect using Management Studio? That's when the logical server comes in place. Logical server is not a server itself. It's just a way to connect to your Azure SQL database using your management tools like Management Studio. So we need to create the logical server. Click new if you do not have anyone. Give it a name, and then it have certain requirements that you need to follow. And then give your server admin login and then password. Confirm the password. And under the location, right, you need to be careful to choose the location which is very near to you, or in the location if you have available, choose that location, because that will depend upon the latencies. Like there won't be any latency if you choose in the location where you are from. Click OK. And it will ask you, want to use SQL Elastic Pool? No, we don't, because SQL Elastic Pool is something that you have a bundle of databases into a pool. You can set it up so that they can actually share all the resources between that pool. So as we are creating only one database, I clicked it as no. By default, it is no. And under the compute plus storage, right? Let's go ahead and see what all compute and storage we have here. Click on the configure database. And under the configure, you have service and the compute tiers. If you check the service tier, under the service tier, you can go ahead and check which service tier you want to choose. As this is my demo, I just want to go ahead with the lowest cost one, which is the general purpose. I wanted to choose the general purpose. And under the compute tier, right, there are two options. Like I said, the provision is for the regular workloads, and the serverless is like you have workloads only at certain period of time and you can pause your database, right? But for my demo, I wanted to choose provision. And hardware configuration you can choose. You can go ahead and change the configuration to see what all hardware configuration we can choose from. So Gen 5 is a basic one. As you go up, like FSV2, DC, and M series, the price will be increased. Basically, the DC and M series are used for the hyperscale service tier. But I wanted to choose the general hardware configuration. So I choose Gen 5, which is the lowest price. And you can go ahead and choose the vCore. You can scale up or scale down the vCores, the amount of vCores you need. And as you scale up and down, you can see the cost summary, how much it cost, estimated cost per month. The next one is, would you like to make this database zone redundant? No, I won't want to do right now. This is my demo. So I clicked on no and hit apply. And the other option that it asks for is backup storage redundancy. So basically what these options are, like locally redundant backup storage is like it will store the copies of the database locally on the primary location. Zone redundant and geo redundant backup storage are where it will store the copies of the database not only on the primary but on the secondary as well. And for the geo-redundant backup storage, especially, it put the copies of the databases asynchronously on the other locations. So I wanted to choose locally redundant backup storage for now. And if you choose the tab networking, choose the network connectivity. So there is no access, meaning nobody can access this particular database. And there is private and the public endpoint. Private endpoint is the most secure one. But for my demo, I wanted to just choose the public endpoint for the easy access. The main one is the firewall rules that you need to choose from. I wanted to add the current IP address so that my local computer IP address will be added so that I can connect to the Azure by using my local computer management studio. So I clicked on yes. And you can choose the connection policies and encrypted connections, like the transparent layer security connections if you want. And by going into the security, right, you have this Azure Defender for SQL. This is not a free service. You need to pay approximately $15 per month for a server. So basically, it will do the vulnerability assessment for you if you use the Azure Defender for SQL. If there are any vulnerabilities, it can assess those things for you ahead of time. If you choose the additional options, you have data source. So where do you want to get the database from? Do you want to take from the backup, or do you want to create a brand new database, or do you want to create a sample database? I wanted to create a brand new database, so I choose none, because later I wanted to create a table and show you how we can do that. Under the database collation, the collation is by default is always this particular collation. You need to make sure if you wanted to change the collation, make sure you change the collation ahead of time while creating the database itself, because later you cannot change the collation. And the maintenance window, because we do not do the maintenance by ourselves, Microsoft is going to take care of it. You can go ahead and choose the maintenance windows. By default, it is from 5 p.m. to 8 a.m. So it can happen anywhere in between those times. So I choose the default one. Tags. So tags they doesn't do the they doesn't perform anything, but by using the tags, these are just the name values that you can give. And if you have so many resources and databases available, you can clearly see while choosing the cost options. If you choose and look into the cost options, if you have those tags, you can clearly identify which database you are looking into. These are just the tag names. Once you choose all of those options, review all of the options that you have choose from, and then click create. Once you click create, it takes about like 1 minute to create the database. So it says submitting deployment. Deployment is in progress, and you can see that the logical server is getting built up and the database is being created. Once complete, your deployment is complete, and you can go to the resource and you can see all of those logical server details and the database details. Go to the resource. And once you see this window, right, you have your database name as well as the logical server. So how do you connect using your management studio, right? You need this logical server name to connect to this Azure SQL database. So copy the link to the clipboard. You have that little icon over there where you can click on it. It will copy to the clipboard. Go to your local management studio, because we already added the IP address of your local system while we created the Azure SQL database. Sometimes we miss that step. If that happens and you cannot connect, you can go ahead and add your local IP address later as well. So paste the server name, the logical server name, and by using the SQL Server authentication, do you remember while we created the logical server name, we have given the admin ID and password. So go ahead and enter the login and password. click connect. So once you're connected, you are connected to the Azure SQL database. But it looks like it actually looks like a server itself, right? But if you observe, you cannot see the agent. You cannot see the database name. All you see is the database as well as the security to have the users under the database. So I wanted to create a table because right now we have an empty database. We do not have any table. So I just wanted to create a simple, very simple database with very simple table with 3 records in it. I did that. And later I wanted to select and I got the result. So just like the regular SQL database on your on-prem servers, you can create all of those tables. But if you have the latencies, like if you think, this is running pretty slow, then that means it's time for you to upgrade your service tier if you are using a DTU or if you are using the other tiers, right? Business critical, hyperscale, or regular general purpose. So it's time for you to upgrade based upon the space, based upon the performance. You can go ahead and choose, and it takes like seconds of time for you to go ahead and change the tiers. And remember that once you move to the hyperscale, you cannot go back into the general purpose or business critical. Now that's how you can connect and use your Azure SQL database the first time you create the Azure SQL database, right? Easy. And once I create the database, right, I wanted to take a manual backup. So how do I backup and restore? How do the backup and restore works? Our databases are globally replicated. We do not have to do anything. The backups are taken automatically by Microsoft and the full backups are taken once every week, and transaction log backups are taken all the time for every 5 to 10 minutes. And differential backups are also taken every 12 hours once it is taken. But I wanted to manually take a backup. How do we take a manual backup? You can do that in 2 ways: manual backups um, by using Azure Management Studio, or you can also use your local management studio, SQL Server Management Studio. So first, let's see by using the SQL Server Management Studio. Right-click the database from the Management Studio, go to the task, and then click on Export Data Tier Application. Once you click on that, you can save it on the local disk, or you can also store it on the Azure. So I wanted to store it on the local disk for now. Click on where you wanted to save the backpack file. These backups are created in the backpack files format. And then go ahead and create. These backpack files can be restored easily. Now, how do I do the backups by using the Azure Data Studio? Once you connect to the Azure Data Studio, right-click on the database and simply press backup. That's how you can easily create. Even this will create a backpack file where you can easily restore. But in general, the backup files are taken by Microsoft behind the scenes. You do not have to worry about these backups. So now you understood like the basics of fundamentals of Azure SQL database. Now we got an idea, but are there any tools to help us to know which deployment option should I choose, or which service tier should I choose? Are there any migration tools that can assess our current workloads and give us the options, or like the options or the deployment options to choose from? Yes, we do have certain tools that will really help while migrating to the Azure. Azure's TCO, because every single service we touch, it is associated a cost with it, right, in the Azure. So Azure's TCO is a total cost of ownership. This particular calculator is used to estimate the how much does it cost for you to move to the Azure. And there is also something known as queue recommender, Azure SQL, which will actually use the data migration assistant to assess your current workloads, and it will recommend you which deployment options might be useful for you, like which service tier might be useful for you based upon your current workloads. And data migration assistant, as you already might have known, when you migrate your databases, right? It is there to check for the compatibility issues before migrating to the Azure SQL database. And there are also other tools, SQL Azure Migration Wizard and Azure Database Migration Services, which can help you during the migrations, especially the last one, Azure Database Migration Services, will have some cost associated with this to use this service. So what are the key takeaways? I started my journey a couple of months ago. Like I'm into my basics. I did not go to the advanced level yet. Maybe I'll come up with as I learn, I'll come up with more presentations like this. But I felt Azure is so cool to learn and easy to learn. You do not have to be an expert in SQL Server, or even if you're not a DBA or a developer, SQL developer, you can still learn Azure. It is easy to learn, but if you look all at once, like all of the options we have in Azure SQL, like all the like Azure SQL managed instance, database, and whatnot, all the other tools we have, services we have, it might get overwhelmed if you look all at once. But if you can take one step at a time by starting from the basics, we have all the tools available out there for free. All that we have to do is we have to take the first step and take our time to start learning the Azure journey to become really better in the coming months as you go ahead and learn, take those certifications, right? So it's easy. Anyone can get started. And basically, companies are wanted to move to Azure because it saves a lot of money for them. And even the performance wise, it is very nice and less maintenance, right? Because some of the features, some of the things are taken care by the Microsoft, like if you are on the Azure SQL database, you do not have to do any upgrades. It's versionless, and then basically it saves a lot of money. That is really important for the companies, right? And it is intelligent performance. Like there are intelligent features like automatic tuning and the automatically, like the query store features, which are not available on-prem, and currently they are available in preview mode. There are many features out there, so you can get started. But what are those resources that where you can go ahead and look into? So this is a very important slide that I wanted to discuss. The main important point here is the last one. If you see the Microsoft Virtual Training Days, this is the one which I mainly wanted to talk about today. Couple of months ago, I didn't know that there are virtual training days going on from Microsoft, organized by Microsoft, all throughout the year. If you can go ahead and search in Google that Microsoft Virtual Training Days, you can start your journey right from there, because you can choose which days you wanted to attend for free, and take the certification for free. You'll get a coupon code where you can go ahead and start your journey, take those basic certifications for free. So that way you can go ahead and take the certification and prepare for the next updated, like a little bit more complicated certifications from there. So how do you start with the resources, right? There are other resources, Microsoft Learn TV. It's on the YouTube. You have a YouTube channel, Channel 9, and if you search on YouTube Azure SQL Fundamentals, you get a very good training from Bob Ward and Anna Hoffman. They have a series of videos. Each video is like around 1 hour 50 minutes, 1 hour 30 minutes, and you have, like, by looking at all of those videos, especially under Azure SQL Fundamentals, you can go ahead and take the certification DP300. Cool, right? All of the resources are out there. It's just that we need to spend our time to learn, because cloud technologies are not going anywhere. They are the future. So why not start our journey right now so that we will be prepared for our next steps? So I followed like Azure Fundamentals course on YouTube from Anna Hoffman and Bob Ward. And I also followed the Microsoft Talks to prepare my presentation. And that's where I started my journey. And I'm looking forward to learn more and also present at the same time while I learn. And you can contact me on DBA Nuggets. That's my Twitter handle, and on LinkedIn. And if you wanted to look into my blog, dbanuggets.com is my blog. And I would like to thank the team, the Cloud Summit team, Stephen, Simon, especially. Thank you so much for giving me this wonderful opportunity to share what I learned. Thank you so much.
That was an absolutely amazing session, DBA Nuggets. I really loved it, and I cannot believe that you learned all so much in just past few months. And I really loved that final slide that you showed that, hey, the virtual trainings. And to be honest, even I didn't know about virtual training some time back, and I just figured it out. Like, hey, they also give you these certifications for free. So that was absolutely amazing. And I think, yes, you did talk about Azure fundamentals. Also, you covered the entire ecosystem of Azure. We do have some questions, but I think we're running out of time. But maybe let's take one or a couple of them. Okay, let's see. Okay, so here's one. Is it recommended to go for elastic pool model in Azure SQL database? Is it recommended? What are pros and cons? Quickly, I mean, if you can do it.
Yeah, I know the pros. I don't know about the cons, but the pros,
Yeah.
because I'm still learning. The pros are like resources, right? You save a lot of money by sharing the resources. If you wanted to put many database into the same elastic pool, sharing the resources and saving the money is the most of the pro there. I am not sure about the con. I can look, I can look into it, and I can get back to you. If you can contact me on DBA Nuggets on Twitter, I can definitely contact with you.
Deepthi, from next time, you should put your Twitter handle on your name, right? Just the way I have it, and you should have Deepthi 10 DBA Nuggets. That's a lot of promotion. Okay, here's another one. Then we'll quickly wrap it up. Is there any SQL syntax difference between MS SQL Server and Azure SQL?
Syntactical differences.
Yeah, any syntax difference? You can come back to StreamYard, then you can see this questions there too.
Oh, sure. As I told you, the three-part names, you cannot do it, especially on Azure SQL database, right? A cross-database query, you cannot do it. Especially, you can solve the problem by using the Elastic queries. That will actually help you to interact with the other databases as well.
Okay, perfect. One final question. I mean, they keep on coming. I don't know how to stop it. Is there a difference between the version of SQL Server and Azure SQL DB?
It's versionless. Like you do not
Oh,
have to
wow.
take care about, SQL Server 2012 version or 16. You do not have to take care of any of those. Microsoft underneath the hood, they are taking care of all the upgrades. So you do not have to worry about that if you are using Azure SQL database. That's the nice thing, right?
Yeah, that's a nice thing. It's just that if I wake up someday and I don't find my database working, I hope Microsoft
Versionless.
manages that. Okay, one final question. In Azure SQL, which encryption security is available?
In encryption.
I mean, they should
Maybe
be
you have to
available.
contact me. Maybe you
Yeah.
have to contact me on Twitter. I'll look into that. Again,
You
I'm
should be
learning.
secure.
I'm learning with you.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay, Deepthi. That was an absolutely amazing session. I really enjoyed it. Your session was power packed, and we're gonna archive this session, and people can watch it later on after this summit.
Awesome.
And everyone who's asking that they would like to watch her session again after the summit end, that is on after September 23. You just give us 7 days. We're gonna just divide individual session and put it on Azure Summit Live website. Having said that, Deepthi, any final thing you want to plug in before we end the part 1 of day 4?
All I wanted to give is all the best to you guys. Start learning your Azure journey just like me. If you can learn and teach at the same time, that way you will not forget what you what you learned. That's where I am, and I would like to also encourage other professionals out there, because everybody want to learn and start from somewhere. So take that first step and talk about it and learn more along the way. That's what I wanted
Absolutely
to say.
amazing. Thank you so much, Deepthi.
Thank you.
Azure is
Thank you
free.
for
Go ahead
having
and
me.
try it out. And yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I'll see you some other time. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Ta-ra. Bye. All right, with that absolutely amazing session by Deepthi, I just want to tell you all that, hey, please click on this link as the part 1 ends, and I'll see you on this stream, right? So just click on this link that I've just dropped. It's everywhere in the chat. Just please click on this link, because in just about in a minute, we are going to stop this stream. We are going to stop this stream, and I'll see you on this stream. And if you're someone who's watching us on Azure Summit Live website, just the moment this ends, refresh your page and all the videos and chats would be updated. Having said that, thank you everyone who's joined today. Please go ahead and click on this link and join as we start in just about 10 minutes. And yeah, thank you so much. And I'll see you over here in about 10 minutes. By the time, enjoy these videos from our sponsors.
Life in operations. It's a mix of planned and unplanned work. Operators frequently find themselves getting interrupted with an endless stream of tickets, often for doing the same things over and over again, and those tickets are often escalations to yet another team. Resolving these tickets leads ops teams to searching documentation and runbooks, looking for steps to complete routine procedures. Hopefully, the docs are up to date, and the operator has access, and they don't make a mistake. And of course, that the business can afford to wait. Wouldn't it be great if there was a better way? What the operators really need is their runbooks to be automated. Here's where Rundeck can help. Rundeck by PagerDuty is a leading solution for runbook automation. Customers use Rundeck to delegate automation to the right people in the organization. Now users get self-service access to operations that previously only subject matter experts could perform. Rundeck automates IT workflows and processes, replacing the previously manual procedures found in documentation. Rundeck doesn't replace existing automation. It makes existing automation, scripts, and commands more secure, auditable, and safe to run. Rundeck is a central hub for automation, connecting key tools and infrastructure in operations workflows. Rundeck helps teams resolve incidents quicker, avoid interruptions, and get more done, all while ensuring things are locked down and remain compliant. First responders are empowered to resolve incidents themselves instead of escalating, minimizing disruptions and reducing outage time. Operators become more productive. Developers stay focused. IT users can solve problems for themselves with the click of a button. Rundeck customers regularly see 60% shorter incidents, escalations cut in half, and 15 to 20% increase in productivity. Sign up for a demo today.